Just give me one moment, guys. I'm going to share my screen. One moment. Let me just log in here. Sorry for the delay. Password. Just logging into the cloud. So just give me one moment. Getting things ready. There you go. Okay, should be ready. And there you go. And sharing the screen now, guys. So good morning, everyone. And let's get started, guys. So let's start with my favorite quote. If you want to awaken all of the humanity, awaken all of yourself. If you want to eliminate the suffering in the world, eliminate all that is dark and negative in you. Truly, the greatest gift you have to give is that of your own self-transformation. A slightly and a very favorite quote of mine. I will leave it for you to understand and interpret it at your own convenience, guys, okay? But feel free to share your thoughts. So brief introduction about myself. I want to make sure everybody is able to hear me fine. Could you please type in the chat window? Could you just type in a Y if you're able to hear me fine? Gentlemen, ladies, let's see. How about Amulya, Charu, Suresh, Ganesh? Good, loud and clear and things like that. Okay. One more time, I'm going to turn off my speaker. I'm testing it again. Rahul, Sham, one more time, buddy. Can you hear me fine? Excellent. Subramanian, excellent. Thank you, guys. Hopefully that will remove some of the static noise. And let's get started. So, gentlemen, ladies, my name is Naveen Paturu. I'm based out of Hyderabad. I have 24 plus years of experience in the world of IT, analytics, big data, data science, multiple things. I have lived 10 plus years in USA, 14 years in India. I am involved mostly in projects involving Python, R, machine learning, deep learning, big data, DevOps, and cloud technologies such as Azure, ML, Azure, and things like that, guys, okay? That is a brief introduction about myself. And okay, while you're looking at, while we are looking at an introduction about myself, if some of you could briefly type in a little bit of introduction of yourself. So let's say Jyotsna is coming from an engineering background, or she's coming from a non-engineering background, maybe an MBA, MCA, things like that. A brief introduction about yourself. And how about, let's say, what is your objective, what you want to become in the coming of days and things like that, what you see yourself, where you see yourself, please, in a slightly friendly way, type it in the chat window. I'll go ahead and copy it and paste it. We'll know a little bit about each other, guys, okay? So one more time, type in your name, what is your objective, and maybe a little bit of what you know. Are you from a computer science, mechanical engineering, or what kind of a background? This is just in a friendly way, knowing each other and things like that, guys, okay? So feel free to type in, guys. So while you guys are typing in, while you take a moment, well, an investment in knowledge is the best investment, which means knowledge is the best. How do you invest in knowledge? Well, you try to learn something. And what is learning? Learning is life. So trying to learn. So what are we doing here? We're all here trying to learn a few things. So what is that? That is life. What is that? That is the best investment. And maybe Niharika, you can also put from where you are and things like that, if it is not a big problem. Okay. I'm sure most of you are wondering, or we all have a few objectives. Here are some of the objectives, guys. I'm sure most of you, or every one of you here, is looking for a better career, and of course, better salary. Salary is the most important thing. We try to learn many things. We try to do many things. At the end of the day, we are looking for a better salary. It is not only the companies, the small companies, but also the big companies, or not only the big companies, but a lot of small companies are hiring, and they're interested in in people who are interested in such objectives, guys, okay? Jobs are getting better today with artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning at the back. With the background of Python, they're becoming the jobs are becoming better. And we are doing some very, very interesting things, solving very, very interesting real world problems and things like that, guys, okay? Data is everywhere. but people don't know how to work with the data, what to do with the data. That is where the profession of the future comes into the picture. With Python being the background or the foundation of everything, the artificial intelligence, data science, data, big data analytics, or you take the cloud technologies, what is happening? Python is becoming Python, Scala, Spark. These are becoming the foundation. These are becoming more importantly. So everything is being done on these things, guys. Okay. So that is why these jobs are referred as a profession of the future. So what do we do? What do we do? Well, that is where data can help. Data can make us smarter. Data can make you smarter is a mantra you may want to keep in mind. And jobs and things like that, they are hiring you so that you can learn these things. You need to be good in these things so that you can help the businesses and companies. Okay. Lot of search. In other words, the number of jobs in data world, especially data analytics world, big data and cloud are increasing and improving. That is why the Tech Mahindra has hired you. And not only they want to hire you, but they want to be good in them. And that is what our objective is. We will not only try to learn them, but we will also try our best to be good in these things, guys. Okay. And I'm sure most of you know this game. It is nothing but basketball. In basketball, there is pass, catch, and shoot. What is special about pass, catch, and shoot is they are the fundamentals of the game. What is happening today? Python, machine learning, data analytics, cloud, these are becoming the fundamentals in a business. Anybody who has an idea about these things, what it is, that is what the businesses are looking to hire and take them into their projects, guys. Okay. So learning these things is a gift for yourself, for ourselves is what it is. What is learning? Learning is life. And what is that? The best investment is knowledge. And that is what we are trying to do here, guys. Okay. That is what the businesses or the companies need from you. Okay. So there it is. Python again forms the foundation of everything. Python, Spark, Scala, Cloud, and so on, guys. Okay. Problem: world is changing fast. There are a lot of changes happening in the world. And that is where data is coming to your rescue. Data is at the heart of the change. And what do? That is where Python is coming to our rescue. Python is one of the best tools to work with the data. Why and things like that, that is what we'll try to understand, guys. Okay. Imagine you want to learn cricket. You can either learn batting or bowling. You can also learn either wicket keeping, or maybe generally you just don't learn fielding, but wicket keeping or fielding. In other words, today the best thing to do is be an all-rounder. Don't just learn one, but learn multiple. Don't just learn Python, learn also cloud. Don't just learn cloud, do also have an idea of big data analytics, also have an idea of artificial intelligence, and so on. So that is what our objective is, guys. We are trying to make you an all-rounder. Fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. So what is the message here? Well, it is practice. It is not just about learning and leaving. It is about learning and practicing it. When you practice, you'll be able to perform an action. The objective of learning is to practice. The objective of practice to act, to take it to the next level, guys. Okay. So hopefully you're getting the message and things like that. Everybody ready so far? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Everybody doing okay? Cool. Okay, let's take a few introductions here, a few friendly introductions, and we'll get started with Python. See, oops, start here, put it back there. Just adjusting the chat window. Just give me one moment, guys. From here, let's say go all the way down. Okay, copy this one. Back to Python. And let's say come here. Back here. This is going to be our labs. Minimize this. Bring up my tool. Bring up my tool. Cool. Let's see what we have. So there is Satish. Not much introduction from him. Then there comes Rahul Kambala, Niharika Kota, coming from Tripoli background. Some of our folks who are around here, just it is for the sake of discipline, we'll just get to know a little bit of each other. From Thakur Balveer Singh, he's from Hyderabad, he's coming from EC. Lavanya from Kadapa, BTech, in the stream of, let's see what that is, electronics. Jyotsna, coming from computer science, Vijayawada. Sravya Chinimilli from Tadepaligudam, completed BTech in the stream of IT. Okay, good. Navya Jaggaipeta, BTech. Gorantla Revati, engineering graduation in the stream. I wonder why you're saying in the stream of electronics, coming across that. But let's say, save as, scroll down here, say TM. So, participants. Okay, a few more participants. Back to Rahul, Andhra Pradesh, BTech in computer science. Good. Suresh, EC Eluru, okay. Satish from EC Eluru, EEE. Niharika again, electrical engineering from Prakasham. Priyusha Panchala, BTech in EC. Subramanyeshwar Reddy, BTech, Anantapur. Ganesh from Hyderabad, so you're my neighbor. Amulya is from Guntur, ECE. And there is again another Rahul, Maridugunda, electrical and electronics, okay. Shamala is from Amlapuram and Geetam University, good one. Shaibazuddin Muhammad, I'm Shaibaz. I have my BTech in the stream of CSC. Interesting, you all say stream. That's slightly interesting, guys, okay. Okay, good one. Venkateshwar Rao Rajarapu from Vijayawada, good. Chaduvu Suresh from Karimnagar, mechanical engineer. Chandra, okay. These are all just an acknowledgements, okays, yes, and things like good, guys. So just a friendly touch of some of our folks and things like that. And okay, in the coming few days, guys, we're going to be learning, we're going to be starting with Python, and we'll slowly move on to SQL. We'll slowly move on to Scala, or before Scala, maybe I will move on to big data analytics, Scala, and followed by Azure data analytics is what we have in the coming few days, guys. In the coming 4 or maybe 5 weeks and things like that. Daily we'll go from, the plan is to go from 11 a.m. to, 5 p.m. is what is the plan. We'll take, we'll practice during our sessions. We'll give you cloud access. So that's where Lakshmi is going to come to rescue. She has a team here, and hopefully they'll give us the access and things like that, guys. So before I get started, let me go ahead and show up my face here. Just say a quick hello and things like that. So let's see if you're able to see me. Gentlemen, ladies, good morning. I hope you're all getting my show small, show active. Okay. So one more time, I must say hello and things like that, guys. Okay. So that is your instructor and things like that. Just for sake of discipline, I just want to give you a quick feel of it, guys. Okay. Vinay Kone from Jamgaon. Okay, good buddy. So that's a brief introduction and a brief start. Before I get started, any questions from your side, guys? Go ahead and I'll give you a couple of minutes if you have any questions and things like that. I think you guys have already completed Linux, is my understanding. Maybe we'll review a few of the concepts in the coming up days and so on. But I'll give you a minute or two. You guys type in any questions you may have and things like that before we get started. Cool. Okay, no pressure. So let's get started. Let's see. We'll start with, already started AWS Cloud. Neeraj. Okay. He already started it. I think probably he was touching Linux, is my understanding, Niharika. Okay, that's okay. Can we continue? Okay. I will, AWS Cloud, you want to continue that? I have actually prepared my thing in this sequence because there's been a change of plan here from Neeraj to my thing. I'll probably revisit the AWS Cloud, maybe with Linux and things like that in the coming updates, Niharika, if that is not too much for you.
Yes, absolutely fine, Mr. Naveen. You can go ahead with your plan that you have formulated for the batch.
Sorry,
we didn't lose.
I have muted my stuff here, just in case. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Naveen, am I audible? This is Savitri here from Tech Mahindra.
Savitri, yeah. Hey, yeah. Savitri, tell me.
What I was saying is answering to Niharika's query. You can go ahead, Mr. Naveen, with the plan that you have formulated for this batch. It was just one day that the previous trainer, Mr. Neeraj, had started upon the cloud concepts. But I believe if that has no dependency on the plan that you have devised, you can go ahead with Python if that's how you want to proceed.
True, Savitri. Yeah. I will slowly increase the complexity, get them into a cloud. So before they drive a car, I will show them how to drive a cycle and then followed by a scooter, and then we'll get onto the car.
Absolutely.
Cool. Great. Thank you, Savitri. Okay. So I'm going to mute myself here, Savitri, my speaker. So just in case you're talking, just type in the chat window and then let me know. I will unmute myself because that will remove some of the static noise and things like that. Cool. Right, thanks. Thank you, Savitri. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, let's get started. A little bit of Python and things like that. Python is a very high-level object-oriented programming language, is a technical definition or a one-line definition of what is Python. But more precisely, let us see what is happening in Python. If we come back here, there it is. Let's say close this one. Back here. This here. So let's use a tool. So take a look at this. If you're coming from non-programming background and you're trying to get into the world of programming, it's like a bird who's trying to throw a lot of pebbles into a jug of water, and then you're trying to drink water, which is not wrong, but it takes a little bit more time, a little bit more effort. If you're a programmer trying to learn programming, maybe you're like if you're a Java or a .NET programmer, let me put it like this. You're trying to use a straw and you're drinking the water, which is good. But if you're a Python programmer, programming becomes more simple and easy. Why? We'll try to understand that in the coming up slides and things like that. Python programming is much more simple and easy compared to the Java and the .NET. They are slightly at much more advantage compared to the people who are coming from a non-programming background. You don't have to worry if you don't have any programming. We'll try to go from the basics of programming here in the sessions, in the coming up sessions, and we'll try to reach a stage where programming looks something like that for us guys. That's just a friendly touch of it. Coming back to the formal definition, Python is a very high level dynamic object oriented. What is the meaning of very high level, guys? Very high level means that guy is much more higher level compared to this guy or this bird. In other words, in Java and .NET, you have to write a lot of code, a lot of low level code compared to Python. In Python, you write a lot lesser code. You write at a slightly higher level. So that is why it is referred as a higher level. It is dynamic. Back to Java's, .NETs or other programming languages, most of the time, you have to give the data type. You have to tell the data type. What is the data type? We'll try to understand in a moment. You have to say, hey, here is an integer, here is a string, here is a float. Whereas for Python, you don't have to say anything when we create objects. So it will understand it dynamically. That is what we mean by dynamic. Next, everything is an object in Python. So it is called as an object-oriented programming language. It is not just an object-oriented. It is also referred as a scripting, as a functional, it is also procedural. It is an evolution of all these things is what it is, guys, okay? So everybody okay with this slide? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Can I move to the next slide? Okay, so good. You can just type in a Y, guys. You can save some of your energy and things like that. If you find something difficult, feel free to let me know. I'll try to simplify it for you. So there it is. It is high level. That is going to be the technical mantra of Python. It is easy to program and read. Python is also programming, but more precisely, programming is not easy. And if you take Java and .NET, they are much more difficult. Python is easy compared to Java and .NET. It is programming. Programming means difficult. Python is difficult. But what is special about it is easier compared to Java and .NET. But what we'll try to do is we'll try to simplify that. We'll try to learn in a simple and easy way. Okay, so that is what we mean by easy to program. It is compared to Java and .NET, it is much more easy. It is similar to Perl. Perl is a scripting language. Perl is like a big brother in the world of scripting languages. Okay, if you think of Perl as a big brother, you can think of Python as the godfather. In other words, Perl is powerful in the world of scripting languages. It is powerful because it has a lot of libraries available to perform operations. And if you call something like that as big brother, we'll say Python is a godfather because Python has super libraries. Perl has libraries only in certain aspects, in file operations and things like that. But you touch Python, anything which is happening in the modern world is happening in Python, and Python has packages or libraries. So we can refer to Python as very powerful. That's what we mean by it is the godfather with powerful typing and object-oriented features. As simple as that. Everybody okay, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay with this slide? Cool. Okay, move to the next one. So what do we do with Python? Pardon me. It is commonly used for producing HTML content on websites. Means using Python, we can build websites. It has a lot of built-in data structures. These are the things we'll try to understand today. We'll try to get into technical details. Its syntax is clean. Compared to Java and .NET, it is very clean. It is powerful. It is super powerful. It is very powerful. Pardon me. Powerful extensions. Extensions means the packages. You touch artificial intelligence, data analytics, big data, and things like that. Pardon me. The Java and the .NET guys are just trying to implement some of the packages which are already available in Python. Python is already mature, so it is generally referred as powerful and very powerful, guys. Okay, in the world of text analytics, 80 to 90% of the world's data is in the form of textual data. Textual data is unstructured data. Unstructured data is the data which is not in the database. When it comes to text analytics, Python is the rock star. Nobody looks at any other things. So in other words, there are so many functions and packages available with just a little amount of code. We are able to do a lot of magic with Python. So again, Python is a rock star in the world of text analytics, guys. Okay, everybody okay with this slide? Quick yes, please. Okay, on to the next one. So a little bit of theory here, guys, before we get on to the actual one. For the first few minutes or maybe the first 1 hour, allow me to complete a little bit of theory and things like that. And let's see what we have. Python focuses on readability, coherence, and software quality. In general, sets it apart from the other languages in the world. On the readability, in a few hours, we will touch a few lines of code in Python. And when we compare what we write in a few lines of code in Python to what is in Java and .NET, we will see Python looks much more simple to read, much more easier to follow. That is what we mean by readability. As a result of that, you get a better people who are generally used to the Python programming language. They generally don't prefer moving out of Python, going to Javas and .NET programming languages, guys, okay? Whereas it is not the same. That is what it sets it apart from the other languages in the world. Developer productivity. Python code is typically 1/3 to 1/5 the size of C++, .NET, or Java. In other words, that is why it is called high level. We write much lesser code. What you will take 100 lines of code in Java, .NET, or maybe C++ is even more, we will be able to write it maybe in 10 lines or 20 lines of code. Okay? If you're writing less code, less to debug, less complexity, less testing, less budget, and faster development is what is the advantage, guys. Okay, portability. Python programs will work in Windows, Linux, and Mac. So in other words, in any operating system it works, and it is easier to work with the other programs. There are a lot of packages in Python, a large collection of packages which are available in Python. Some of them are inbuilt, they are referred as standard library, and that is what we will be looking at in a few moments, guys. Okay, the library supports an array of application programming level tasks, text pattern matching, network scripting. You name anything, we have some packages available in Python, guys. Okay, the developers in the Python world, short and sweet, have been more generous compared to the Java and the .NET. So they made everything. What is available for free in Python, we may end up finding they are commercially sold in Java's, .NETs, or the other programming languages is what it is, guys. Okay, it is much more easier to call Python programs from other programming languages than calling, if you want to call Java from .NET or vice versa, there is a little bit of effort, but calling Python programs is much more simple and easy. Okay, enjoyment, it is much more pleasurable. As I said, people who are generally used to Python programming don't prefer leaving it. They want to be in Python because it is simple, easy, and it looks like a novel. Once you get used to a little bit of programmatic thinking, the code will look like a novel, is what it is, guys. Okay, everybody okay so far? Quick yes, please. Okay, so let's move to the next one, guys. How to get the Python, where to download, and things like that. Ideally, we can go to python.org. So let's say I come back here, this brain, and let's say go here. Let's also bring up message. So here's H, and there you can just go, say Python. Oops, I meant python.org. There you go. You can go to python.org. We can manually download it from here. All the slides, step-by-step instructions I will be sharing with you guys. But ideally, back here. Okay, Python is, you can think this is the engine. Python, the programming language, is like an engine. In real world, most of the times, most of the businesses, enterprises, they generally work with what is called a distribution. In other words, if you want to buy a car, you don't buy an engine, you buy a car. A car is something where you have an engine, the tires, the doors, and the other accessories are all fixed together. You don't buy an engine unless you want to manually fix all these things together. You'll buy an engine from a separate person, and maybe the doors, cars, and tires from a separate person. So what is it? A complete car is what is referred as a distribution. Okay, for that, we go to Anaconda, say Anaconda. So that's the website we go. Earlier, it was continuum.io. Right now, they changed it to Anaconda, which is this one. We can go to products. You can go to the individual edition. We'll later look at the cloud edition in the coming up hours. We'll start with the individual edition. You can click on this. Here is a Windows. If you're on Windows environment, here are the installers. If you're on Mac, if you're using Linux, these are the installers, guys. Okay. So once you install 64-bit, 32-bit, they'll give you options. Anaconda.com is your first step. You should see something like a download. You should be able to find it. If you're Windows, you can download this one manually. Just for the sake of discipline, we'll be using the cloud, but for the sake of discipline, you may want to try out whether you're Windows, Mac, or Linux. Just manually download them, guys. Okay. And there it is. The latest version is 3.7. It has certain advantages or many advantages. If you go to your control panel, hopefully everybody knows what is a control panel. If you don't know what is a control panel, let me know, guys. Okay. Go to the system. This is how you can verify whether you're a 64-bit or a 32-bit. Okay. So then once you verify your 64-bit, come back here, download it. It should give you a file like this, save it. Then once you double click it, you should get a next. Just you can say I agree, the license agreement. You can select just me or all users. Both of them are okay. Then the destination folder, you can just leave it the default. Click on next. You can check both of them. This will add the Python location to the path variable, which is nothing but an environment variable. When we run Python programs, the path variable is a location where the Windows operating system or other operating systems are looking to understand where the Python has been installed and things like that. So you can, short and sweet, you can leave the defaults, guys. Click on next. You should see it should be a pretty straightforward install. Once you do that, click on finish. Once you click on finish, here is Jupyter Notebook. So in other words, if you go to start, notice this one. Here is Anaconda, 64-bit, and Navigator. For me, I have double, but for you, you'll generally notice singles. And here is Jupyter Notebook. I can click on the Jupyter Notebook, and I'll explain you what is Jupyter Notebook in a moment, guys. So give it a moment. Everybody doing okay so far, guys? Can you give me a quick yes? I'll be sharing the slides with you. If you want, you can make some notes. Otherwise, you can just give me a few moments and I'll try my best to have them your way. And notice, guys, when we started something called Jupyter, we have a console like this opening. So let's try to understand what that is. This is how it looks like. That's the Jupyter Notebook. It'll take a moment. It's bringing up this one. And there it is, guys. We have folders, files. Notice the files have a IPYNB extension. Continue further. You can delete the folders. You can select them, click on them and things like that. You can shut down these things and so on. So short and sweet, what is a Jupyter? Jupyter is a web server, a lightweight web server, which will allow us to run Python, R, Scala, and other programs and things like that, is what it is, guys. Okay. This is what we'll spend some good amount of time to do our labs and things like that. So this is how, if we come back here, this is the Jupyter Notebook. You click on new, Python 3. Give it a moment. And there it is. That's how Jupyter Notebook will look like. Toggle header. Let me show you. I have untoggled them. Toggle toolbar. This is how Jupyter Notebook will look like. And we'll try to spend a little bit of time, not a little bit of time, but a lot of time on this one, guys. Okay. So you can think short and sweet, the mantras. Python is like an engine. Anaconda is called a distribution. Python is a programming language. The friendly mantra is, it is an engine of a car. Anaconda is a distribution. The friendly mantra of it is a complete car. What is special about Anaconda, or what is special about Anaconda distribution, is that a lot of other commonly used packages, NumPy, Pandas, the machine learning packages, scikit-learn, visualization, stats models, matplotlib, seaborn, all these are installed. Most of the times in real world, what we generally try to do is we try to install these distributions. We can also only install that one. We'll also try to understand those aspects in coming up days. So in other words, the mantra of Anaconda distribution is a car, is a friendly mantra, is a complete car. The mantra of Python is, it is the engine of the car. Okay. And what is Jupyter, guys? Jupyter is like a playground where we run our Python programs. Imagine Python is also like a cricket. What do we do with cricket? Well, we play in a playground. What is a playground? Jupyter is your playground. It is your, more precisely, the technical mantra is, it's a web IDE. Everybody with me, guys, okay? So we looked at engine, we looked at car, we looked at cricket, then we're talking about the playground. Quick yes, please. Everybody doing okay? Oops. Okay. So as simple as that, guys. We'll not overcomplicate that. We'll try to spend more time about these things in a moment. So what do we do? The Python notebooks, notice this untitled 339. So let's say team underscore 00 underscore basics. We'll create this. I've changed the name of it. That will be the file, and the extension of that is going to be IPYNB. I'll show that to you in a moment. And let's go to the next one. IPYNB stands for IPython notebooks. They're referred as notebooks. Python notebooks is what they are generally referred or termed as, guys. Okay. And here, sometimes you'll get multiple options, but you don't need to worry. You can select the default option there. And what do we do? Well, come here, notice this one. Here is, if you click on this one, Notice there's a pencil icon coming up here, which means if you click on this one, then you enter, let's say 1 + 1. And then what do? You can run. It is, what is it doing? It's executing this 1 + 1 is 2. We're using it like a calculator. When you have the cursor here, notice there's a pencil icon. The pencil icon is indicating that you're in edit mode. But imagine I click on here, or maybe I click on escape. What happens is the pencil is gone. When your cursor is not in any of these cells, what are these cells? These cells are text boxes. What is a notebook? A notebook is a group of cells. What is a cell? A cell is like a program. You can write 1 line of code. You can write 10 lines of code. You can write hundreds of lines of code. What is a notebook? A notebook is a group of programs. The advantage of Jupyter Notebook is you can, in a single notebook, we can have multiple programs rather than having each program in a separate file. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Niharika, Rahul, doing okay there? Good, guys. Okay, so just work with me. So there it is. That is edit mode. This is also referred as an input cell or an input field. It's like a text box. It's like a program. Okay, almost on a daily basis, we'll be working with this one, guys. So nothing to by heart. If there is anything to by heart, I'll manually say it and I will try to caution you. And in other words, I will try to give you a little bit more explanation. So you don't by heart them. I'll be using these terms on a daily basis. So on the first day, if you're new to cricket, even though I say runs and wickets, that might sound new to you if you're coming from a totally different background, right? So, but as the days go by, or as you continue, the runs, wickets, the bat and ball will become easy. Will become your terminology, guys. Okay, so that's edit mode. You escape. The icon is gone. That is called a command mode or a view mode or a read only mode. Okay, control enter. Now let's come back here. Back to Jupyter. 1 + 1. So let's say 2 × 2. What do? Instead of moving my cursor here, clicking on run. Okay, what can I do? I will say 3 multiplied by 3. A shortcut is control enter. Control enter is executing the cell. It is executing your program. It is giving you an output. Okay, but the problem is you don't have another cell. What can you do? You can go to insert cell below. Insert cell below. But that's again, you have to move your cursor and things like that. But imagine you're more of a keyboard person. Here is a shortcut. 4 × 4. Do a shift and enter. When you do a shift enter, it's a shortcut to run. It is executing the cell. This is input, this is output. And what is this? This one, it is by default giving us an additional cell so that we can type in. It adds another row. So you don't have to say insert, cell above, cell below, and things like that. That's what is a slight advantage. Shift enter is what we will be using by default, guys. Okay. So that is control enter. It will only give you the output, but it will not create a cell. The output is generally not modified. When we write a program, the program is being written by us and we're modifying it. We generally don't modify the output, we just modify the input. As simple as that, guys. Okay. Then shift enter, it will not only give you the output, it is also creating an additional cell. A little bit of productivity issue so that you don't have to move your mouse around, save your time and things like that, guys. Okay, that is shift enter. You can also copy the cells, paste the cells, move the cells up and down. There it is. That's another way to run it. You can stop the web server. Most of the times you don't do these things because you're mostly focusing on a higher level programming aspects of it, guys. Okay. You can also say escape A, escape B. So in other words, notice here, I'll say escape D, D, like in Linux, that will delete a row. Escape A has added a row between 3 and 4. Now I'm doing escape B. I have added a row below. So this is below, this is above. Escape A, escape B is like a shortcut to add the rows and columns, guys. TD will delete it. So let's say I put my cursor here, escape D, D. The one above is gone. Now put the cursor here, escape D, D. The one is gone. Again, escape A, you're adding above, escape B, you're adding below. Everybody with me so far? Quick yes, please. Rahul, Niharika. Good. Thank you, guys. Cool. A little bit of interaction would be helpful for you. A Markdown cell is a cell that contains strictly documentation. What that means is, take a look at this. By default, if you notice in this dropdown, the code is enabled. Jupyter, we're using the Jupyter to write down the code. But let's say I put here, let's say I put something like this. Let's say Mera Bharat Maha. Now notice if it is code, if I try to run this, it gives me an error. That's a slightly tough one. Okay, but what we'll do, we'll put this cursor here, we'll change this to Markdown. Mera Bharat Mahan. Or in other words, more precisely, let me wrap it and say Mera Bharat. Oops. Maha. Okay, let's tab out. There it is. Okay. One more time. Say tab here. So in other words, what is Markdown? Notice it is slightly different from the code to the text. You want to say something here. You want to say more precisely. Let's say we'll select this. We'll say this is Markdown. And what do I want to say? I want to say something. So what do? You say it as Markdown. You come out of it. Escape. There it is. So it acts like a text there. You write some complex code. Imagine Rahul is writing some complex code. So here he's writing complex code. Let's say 3 divided 3/3 is a simple one for us. But what's happening? Hey, he's saying, hey, I am just performing division. It could be as simple as that. It need not be exactly explaining the code. There's also another way of explaining code, but you want to say, hey, this is something like a header or something like that. So that is generally referred as Markdown. By default, when you put in a cursor, it is the code that is enabled. And what is the code? The code is nothing but the Python code. Okay, guys, the rest of things we'll talk about them. So that is Markdown Cell. So notice it's referred as a Markdown Cell, something to be aware of, and that's how it comes up. Okay, then let's say, okay, how to get into Python and things like that. If you go into Anaconda, once you install Python, guys, come here, you type in, let's say, CMD. This is generally referred as command prompt. Everybody familiar with command prompt? Anybody not familiar with command prompt? Just type in Python. Notice the one I have downloaded is 3.8.8. This is recently downloaded. So it's slightly the latest and the greatest one and things like that. So it's part of the Anaconda. So it installed Python 3.8 and this is the core Python. Core Python is the engine. Apart from the engine, there are other packages which are part of the Anaconda distribution. And here, one more time, this is more of a manual way, 1+1. This is like a Jupyter notebook, but here you can only type in one line of command, one line of program each time, and you try to verify what is happening in the output. Most of the times in real world, we're either using Jupyter or maybe Spider or Microsoft Visual Studio, which will check out in the coming of days, guys. Okay. So that is how you get into Python. This is Jupyter Notebook. It is nothing but a lightweight web server. The friendly mantra is you can think of it as a playground. And the game that we are playing in this playground is Python, which is not going to be the cricket. Later we'll look at Scala and later we'll also look at SQL. Everybody okay, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Just give me 1 minute break. I want to have a glass of water here. Please feel free to type in any questions you may have, any friendly questions, and give me 1 moment. Sorry about that, guys. So Markdown, Niharika, is nothing but you just want to type some text here. You don't want to write any code or anything like that, but let's say some kind of comments and things like that. That's when you want to mark something as a markdown. Let's say it's text. There you go. So you just say shift execute. So that's what I think I did not do that. Shift, when you do a shift enter, it executes it, and notice it looks slightly different from how it looks here. Special comments, some special headers and things like that. Before you write some code, you're trying to say something is what it is given there. Okay, Niharika? Okay, so back to Python. Jupyter, think of Jupyter like a playground and think of Anaconda like a stadium. In Anaconda, there are many other things. You can also run R, you can also run Python, you can also run Scala. So it's like a stadium. A stadium is a group of playgrounds. They are not different. Jupyter is part of Anaconda. Jupyter is the heart of Anaconda. Everybody today, most of the businesses and enterprises are trying to run their programs in Jupyter because that's what is coming up in a moment. But since you're asking, Suresh, because Jupyter is simple and easy, there are no licensing costs. If you learn how to use Jupyter using Python, you can run Java programs, you can run .NET programs, Scala programs, SQL programs, and other kinds of programs also. That is why everybody's trying to use Jupyter. Suresh, okay, buddy? Great. Okay, so gentlemen, ladies, let's see. Python is picking up. If you notice the red color, it is a Python that is a forecast of the Python. Using the machine learning principles and things like that, we can make forecasting. Python is picking up much further. I mean, this is a Python trend, to be more precise, and here is the forecast. This is where using the machine learning techniques, if we try to forecast, the Python forecast, or in other words, the usage of Python is increasing in businesses and enterprises. Everybody is going after Python. The main advantage is because there are a lot of free packages and a lot of things. We write less code, less maintenance, less complexity compared to other programming languages, guys. Okay, that's what it is. And a little bit of technical, slightly from a computer science standpoint. What is Python? Python, and what we do is we write functions. It is an example of function. A function can be thought of a group of lines of code. And what is special about it? It converts. These are like English like textual words. What are we doing? We are taking English like textual words. We are converting the textual words, which is a program. Let's say, come back to where's my tool here. We're taking English like text, we're converting, which is a program. We're converting them to identifiable tokens, which is referred as lexical analysis. That process is referred as lexical analysis from a computer science standpoint. So in other words, our English like program is getting converted into some kind of a computer programs or tokens behind the scenes is the first step that Python does when you write the code or when you give it the code. Okay, let's say move one step ahead. Here it is. The step 2, it constructs an abstract syntax tree. So here it is. From the after it performs the lexical analysis, it is converting it into a tree. In the tree, it is trying to understand what is the first operation it needs to perform. Is it an addition, it is a subtraction, or is it a multiplication or a division? That's what it is using. It is trying to set the precedence and things like that. We don't need to go into the computer science aspects much deeper than that, guys. So I'll just leave it there. So the second step is building the abstract syntax tree. It is also referred as parsing. Then the next step is it is converting it into Python object code. Your English like text is finally getting converted. From the abstract syntax tree, it is producing and converting it into Python code. This is not same as bytecode. This is not a bytecode that is directly understood by the machine. It is more precisely or specifically what is called Python bytecode. Python code bytecode is what it is specific to Python. Okay, so why is that important? Well, this is referred as compilation. Python is not only a compiler, it is also an interpreter, to be more precise, guys. Okay, what does a compiler do? It performs lexical analysis followed by building of abstract syntax tree, then converts the abstract syntax tree into what is called Python bytecode. Okay, then what do? That's where the Python virtual machine comes into the picture. Once you convert it into Python, bytecode. That is then the interpreter, the Python virtual machine is acting like an interpreter. It is then converting it into machine understandable bytecode at a slightly computer level or a machine level, or from a computer science standpoint. That's how you can think of it. The Python bytecode is here actually getting converted into machine understandable bytecode. Okay, now what do we have? We have different kinds of compilers. We have C Python, PyPython, JPython. Originally, Python interpreter has been written in C. That is most of the times what is used in the industry and the enterprises. PyPython, it's nothing but it is something separate which has been completely rewritten in Python, slightly slower than C Python. C Python is the most fastest one. And Jython is nothing but it's an integration of Java. Python interpreter, which is written in Java, it is a little bit slower. If your business is more of a Java shop, they're doing a lot of Java projects. For some reasons, they'd like to integrate Java and Python a lot, where they're trying to call Java programs in Python, Python programs in Java, and things like that. That's where maybe Jython will come to their rescue. Maybe it will come to their help and use. I have not used Jython, PyPy also. By default, most of the times these are all the things which are being done, taken care at a much more platform level. So we don't really mess with these things, guys. By default, it is C Python that we are using, and that is the fastest. Everybody okay with the slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Cool. So how does Python work? Well, that's how it works. The compiler is converting it into Python bytecode. Then the Python virtual machine is taking and then converting it into machine understandable bytecode. So it's not only a compiler, it's also an interpreter is what we can say. Going further, the Python is open source. What is open source? Open source means it's free. You don't have to pay money. That's a big advantage. You don't have any license costs for businesses. That reduces a lot of cost and costing issues. There are many tools such as MATLAB, SAS, and there are many other analyticals and other programming languages also there, but they're all commercial. Okay, it is general purpose. General purpose means it can be used for multiple things. You can use it, you can work with small data, you can work with medium data, big data. You can use it to work web applications, Windows applications, data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, vision, and so on. It can be used in a general way for everything and anything and everything. That is why it is called a general purpose. You can also use it for mobile applications also. There is a separate package called QB. Whereas if you take R is only for data analytics. You cannot use it for any other things. Whereas Python is used for everything. So that's why Python is referred as a general purpose language. Okay, it's high level. The reason we call it as high level because we write much lesser code. When we write much lesser code, why do we write lesser code? Because there are lots of packages and functions available. What is a package? A package or library is nothing but a group of functions. What is a function? A lot of complex code has already been written, especially in the world of AI and things like that. The algorithms, they're doing some very, very complex mathematics, statistics, and probability. And what does Python do? Python is giving you functions for them, which are inside the packages. If you install the package, the function, you can use the function, and we're performing some very complex mathematical, statistical, and probability operations and things like that. So what's happening? We are working with Python at a very high level. If you want to drive a car, what do? You don't push the car. You turn the key. What happens when you turn the key? Your petrol is getting converted to electricity. You can also convert the petrol to electricity, but by maybe pushing the car. But take a shortcut. What is it? Turn the key. What is that? That's you're working with it at a slightly high level. We have a lot of keys. Python gives us a lot of keys where we can start these engines automatically, guys. Okay, everybody with me? Quick yes, Niharika. Cool. Okay, so there it is. Python is when Python and Jupyter are side by side. You say Python is the cricket, Jupyter is the playground. Think of it like that, guys. Okay, what's happening? It's nothing but a web IDE. The technical mantra, a one-line technical definition of Jupyter is it's a web IDE. It's web-based or browser-based. The advantages, you can run R, you can run Julia, you can run Java, you can also integrate .NET. And there are something like 17 to 18 programming languages that are being that can be used with Jupyter IDE, guys. Okay, so if you learn one, if you know how to use Jupyter by using any one language, you can use that IDE for all other programming languages. Is what the good or the advantage of that thing is, guys. Okay, we can write Python files, R files. Again, the files are nothing but the notebooks and so on, is what we call in a Jupyter world. And what do we have? A Jupyter is something where we have the text. Text is our markdown text. Code is where we write our code. Output is what is the output of the code, as simple as that. We write the code, we modify the code, and based on the code that we have written, we can visualize that or look at the output and so on. That's what is a little bit about the Jupyter, guys. Okay. So Python plus Jupyter. Anaconda is a stadium where you can play a game called Python, which is cricket, in a playground called Jupyter, is one way to think of it. Is what it is, guys. So that's a little bit about the Anaconda and Jupyter. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Doing okay there. A little bit of more theory, and then I'll slowly get into a little bit of labs and practicals, and I'll start getting you much deeper into it, guys. Okay. A little bit of history. Let's see what's special about Python. Okay. It was invented in Netherlands in early 90s by Guido van Rossum. So that is the godfather of Python. He called it Monty Python. It's a comedy group. So Python was not named after the python, which is a snake, but it was named after a comedy group. Notice snake is an animal which kind of sends a chill across your spine. I mean, in other words, it's slightly it's dangerous. Nobody likes to wake up and remember a snake. Okay, so when we look at Python, we may all think, was it named after a snake? No, it was actually named after a comedy group, is what it is. That's what is the godfather, Guido van Rossum. It is open source, it is free. It's not only a compiler, it's also an interpreter. It is a scripting language, but it is more than that, which means you can use it as a screwdriver. You can also use it as an object-oriented, as a functional, as a big data language, which means it's a screwdriver, it's a hammer, it's a nail cutter, it's a knife. You can use it in multiple ways. If you heard about something called a Swiss knife, tool or an equipment which has multiple things. So that is what Python is. How many of you know that Google was built on Python, guys? If you're aware, Google was built on Python. Python jobs are increasing. That's why you guys are taken, and that's why you guys are being given the Python. You're being brushed up. Some of you may already have an idea, but it's always a good idea to get brushed up and be more good at it, guys. More practice, as simple as that. Python, picking up more compared to any other programming languages. That's what we are observing here. Everybody okay with this slide? Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. So Google was built on Python. YouTube, Yahoo, I think. I don't know if they were built on Python, but they use Python. Google, YouTube, and Yahoo. What are these guys? These are like the king and the queen and the gladiator of the internet. Today, anything and everything we want to do, this is where we are starting. This is where we are spending a lot of time, if you notice or observe, guys. Okay. So all these are the companies or the websites which are using Python. Python can be used for scripting, image processing, image analytics, artificial intelligence, some of the latest hi-fi terms and things like that. That's where the money is around today. We can also build GUIs. We can also do the database programming, system utilities, internet scripting, and so on. Cool, guys? And Python 2.0 was released somewhere in 90s and 2000s, but the latest version 3.0 is the one which has the latest changes and the greatest changes today. All the businesses are jumping onto the bandwagon of 3.0 because the latest tools of AI, data analytics are incorporated into these things. Many new packages involving deep learning and many other vision and all these things are available here, guys. Okay. Every business today is trying to understand how to use these things into their businesses, and that's where they need you. That's a little bit of history of Python. Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. A little bit of basics of programming and things like that. You might be already familiar. We'll get a little bit deep into Python and things like that, guys. Okay. So here it is. We'll start with variables. Variables are nothing but objects. Objects are nothing but cups and things like that. And what is a variable? A variable is an object. An object is nothing but a memory reserved for something. So it is referred as reserved memory. We store something. What is that? We'll look at an example in a moment, but we store data in these objects, guys. Okay. No declaring command. What is that? Well, you don't have to say this is an integer, this is a float, or this is a string, unlike in Java and .NET. And that's what we'll try to understand. So there it is, s equal to Python. So what is s, guys? So imagine, let's say it is slightly, for those of you who are coming from a non-programming background, I will kind of do a little bit of spoon feeding here. Just bear with me. Imagine this is your laptop. Cool. Inside your laptop has RAM. So imagine this is RAM. Inside the RAM, when we write a code in Python, what is happening is, here is what is happening. So let's say will s equal to Python, you visualize as if we have created a cup, and let's choose this one. We have put Python inside the cup, and so on. That is Python. And what is s? S is a pointer towards that cup. What is the cup? The cup is an object. In a slightly friendly way, every object is storing something. What is it? That is the data, or that is the text. And what is this? This is textual data. We also have numerical data. We can also store numerical data into these things. So what is happening? This is taking up some memory in your RAM. What is that? That is reserved memory. What is reserved memory? Reserved memory is a variable. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Is anybody coming from a non-programming, completely non-programming background here, guys? It's not a mistake or anything. I'm just checking here. These things should be easy if you're coming from a programming background, but we'll also keep those guys in the context. So Rahul, you're coming from a completely non-programming background. Are you following this one, buddy? Can you give me a quick yes? I'll keep checking with you. Are you good so far? Good. If you find something difficult, let me know. I'll try to repeat that and things like that. Okay. So let's go a little bit deep. Variables X and Y, age, car name, total volume. Good, Suresh. Keep me posted, buddy. So these are the names of the variables. You give names like generally meaningful names. Instead of giving A, B, C, D, X, and Y, give more meaningful names. You can store age, you can store car name, total volume, and things like that. Some rules and conventions. I'm increasing the complexity, a little bit of theory again. So when we create the variables, the rules are letter or underscore. They're generally starting with a letter or an underscore, cannot start with a number. Okay, so in other words, let's say back to Jupyter, you can say, here is, let's say, Nescafe equals to, let's say, coffee. Notice it's starting with a letter Nescafe. So at a slightly, okay. So there's a laptop. Within the laptop, one more time. There's RAM. Inside the RAM, visualize, you create a cup. Let's put coffee. Good. This is a coffee. And what is Nescafe? Nescafe is the name of the cup. Let's choose, let's say this one. Nescafe is the name of the cup. That is what is happening. Inside your RAM, that is what is happening. Is one way to think of it. And what did we do? It is starting with the letter. What we are saying is a few rules to be kept in mind. Letter or underscore. You can also come back and say, change this to underscore. Nescafe. Let's do coffee, no problem. And let's say you type in underscore Nescafe. What's happening? It is now saying over here we created a variable. We created a cup. Cup is an object inside which we are putting textual data, that is string. And then what we are doing is when you give something like that, you're asking the Jupyter what is inside this object or cup, and it's saying, hey, you have coffee inside it. If you want, you can put also tea or numeric data. Suresh and Rahul, are you catching it, guys? Are you with me? Boom. Okay. Cannot start with a number. So let's see. Let's play around. Say one Nescafe equals to. Instead, put some tea inside it. It'll give you an error. It cannot start with number. What is it? That is the name of a cup or a name of an object or a name of a variable. Okay. Then only alphanumeric and underscore, which means you can have, let's say, alphanumeric. Let's say A1 Nescafe. This is alphanumeric. You have both. And let's put coffee inside. And if you say, what is an A1 Nescafe? Notice, it'll say it has coffee. That is alphanumeric is okay. That convention is okay. Then case sensitive. So in other words, we have already created Nescafe. We have coffee. Now let's say we'll create another object like this, Nescafe with capital N. Let's say put cappuccino. Hope that is right. And now we'll say what you have in Nescafe, it says cappuccino. If you look at what you have in small Nescafe, it'll say coffee. Which means when you use different cases for the cups or the objects, it is treating it as differently. It's treating as two different objects or two different cups in the RAM. Suresh and Rahul, are you doing okay? Catching the point? Cool. So not defined in Python for while and else if, okay, these are the loops and things like that. We don't give names like that to the variables and so on. Those are the reserved keywords. We'll try to understand that. So here it is. Age is numeric data types. Come back to Jupyter. Let's say Suresh is 16 years old. So here is age equals to 16. What is this one? You look in age, you have 16. Okay. So earlier, if you come back here, this is Nescafe. Now visualize, we create another cup. Let's put 16 inside it. Oops. Okay, let's choose this one. We're going to call this as H, A, G, E. So this is another cup, another object. So there's a subtle difference between the blue cup and the orange cup. One has textual data, that is coffee. This is numerical data. What is this? This is called data type. Data can be numeric or alphanumeric or textual. Alphanumeric is also textual data, is what it is, guys. Okay. Address is alphanumeric. So let's say, come here. Here's address equals to, let's say, your address is route number 10. You're in Jubilee Hills. Notice, address is not only numeric, it is also textual, that is alphanumeric. This is numeric, this is alphanumeric. Numeric means use strictly. And what is special, guys? Notice, in Java, the way, if you want to define an age, you'll say int age equals to, let's say, 16. What is this? You have to say it is integer. Integer means you have to explicitly say it is numeric. But in Python, you say age. If you say age equals 16, Python is looking internally behind the scenes. It looks at this one, it's a numeric data. So what does it do? It will treat that as an integer. So what is that? That is called dynamic typing. In Java, it is static typing, is what it is. You have to give the data types first in Java and .NET, guys. Okay, that's what it means by it's a dynamic programming language. Okay, we have numbers, we have strings, lists, tuples, and dictionaries. These are the things we'll put an effort and try to understand in the coming up days. Cool, guys? Okay, so now take a look at this. Here is age is 16. You can say type of 16. Notice it'll give you int. Good one. So why? So you say age equals to, let's say, 18. And let's say age equals to, you can say age equals to, let's say, 20. Notice it'll give you an error. What is on the left-hand side is the name of the cup. What is on the right-hand side is the content inside the cup. When you say Nescafe, we already have coffee. Nescafe is the name of the cup or the name of the object. Coffee is what is inside the object, that is the content, that is the data of the cup. Who's that? Suresh. So for the name of the cup, you don't have to put the double quotes or the single quotes. Okay, you don't have to say Nescafe and say coffee. That'll give you an error. Python is getting confused, in other words. That is not how you play the game. If you want to play the game, you have to hold the bat. Why 16? I'm coming there. 16 is numerical data. Okay, so before I go that far, let's come back here. Let's go one step at a time. A few basic operations, will take them step by step, guys. Let me complete a little bit of theory. Here is type. Type is a built-in data type. Okay. So back here, a few basic exercises and things like that. Start with 1 plus 1. 2. In other words, we can perform some basic exercises we've been already looking at. That's a multiplication. Here's a division. And what we have? 4 minus 2. That's a subtraction. In other words, short and sweet, we can use Python for as a calculator. Okay, let's also go ahead and perform some more stuff. 2 star star is acting as 2 to the power of 3. Back to school, if you recall, 2 to the power of 1 by 2, 1 slash 2. So what is happening, guys? What we need to do, the brackets. 1.414, back to school. If you recall, that is the square root of 2. 2 to the power of 0.5 is what it is. Okay, now come here. 1 plus 2 multiplied. Again, back to school and a little bit of basics here. If you recall, 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 times 1000 is 3000. Plus 1 should be 3001. So when you look at this operation, what comes to your mind, guys? If you go back to school, what were we taught? Does anything ring a bell? What is happening here? Well, if you recall, first it is multiplication which is getting performed. Okay, then addition is getting performed. Then with that, we are performing another addition. Okay, so 2 times 1000 is 2000, plus 1 is 2001, plus 1 is 2002. So in other words, baud mass, brackets, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. In other words, Python follows baud mass. Quick yes, please. Oops, pardon me, sorry about that. Okay, as simple as that, guys. Let's see back here. The same thing, we'll plug in brackets, try to perform. Notice what we get, 3003. So right now what is happening? The brackets is getting precedence over the multiplication. So first the brackets, okay, then second here, choose this one, the multiplication is being done. 1 plus 2, 3, 1000, plus 1, 1001. So 1001 multiplied by 3 is becoming 3003. Baud mass is your mantra. Python follows baud mass. Cool, guys? Back to 14 by 4. So notice division, pretty straightforward, 3.5. But take a look at this. 14 / 4 will give you, it's truncating the decimal. Something to be kept in mind. It is not giving you the decimal. In other words, this is non-decimal. This is decimal, is what it is, guys. So let's say 14 modulo. That is what is the remainder, right? Right, guys? That is what, 14 divided by 4, 4 3s are 12, and 2 is the, what is remainder is what it is. That is a modulo, guys, okay? So what are these things? These are all the basic calculator-like operations. What is calculator? Calculator is like a bullock cart. You can use Python like a bullock cart. Before you learn how to ride a cycle, learn how to ride a bullock cart. Once you learn a bullock cart, ride a cycle. Once you learn a cycle, ride a scooter. Once you learn a scooter, learn a car. And later you can also learn a helicopter and a rocket. The helicopter and rocket are the machine learning and the deep learning stuff. Those are the artificial intelligence stuff. What's happening? The rest of the things are up to the car. The rest of the things is the Python programming language. So what are we doing? We're trying to slowly use a calculator. Then we'll see how to slowly increase the complexity, guys. What are these? These are some of the numerical operations. Calculator-like operations are nothing but the numerical operations, guys, okay? But let's take a look at this. Mera Bharat Mahan. Imagine you just say Mera Bharat Mahan just for the sake of discipline. I'll go back here. For those of you who are coming from non-programming background, guys, for those of you who already have programmed, this may be slightly simple. What's happening? Here's what is happening. In the RAM, we have created a cup. We have plugged in Mera Bharat Maha. That is what Python is doing. What is a cup? The cup is an object, is what you can think of. Okay, but let's say, come here, take a look at this. Hamara Bharat Mahan, there is a subtle difference between both of them. What is this one? Both of them are textual data. Okay, what is it? In Python, you can use single quotes to create textual data. You can also use double quotes to create textual data. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Navya. Cool. So now take a look at this. Namaste Bharat. Now here is something slightly more deeper. Namaste Bharat. You can also use triple quotes to create textual data. In other words, if you don't use any of the quotes, if you just type in Namaste Bharat, it will give you an error. So what do? You wrap it around quotes. Either that could be a single quote, a double quote, or a triple quote. Okay, but let's say, take a look at this. Okay, back to Mera Bharat Mahan. The same thing, if you put a hash in front of Mera Bharat Mahan, what's happening is you're telling Python, this is a comment. What does that mean? What that means is, if you write a code, when we write code in Python behind the scenes, the compiler is coming into the picture. It is converting it into, it is performing the lexical analysis, abstract syntax, the parsing, and then it is converting it into the Python code. But if you put a hash in front of your code, you're telling Python, don't convert the code into Python bytecode. This is just textual data. This is not Python code. You're explicitly telling Python, don't compile this one. So what is it? You generally, what do? Let's say, back to Rahul has written some code, Mera Bharat Mahan. This is just a description of the line of the code. In other words, more precisely, we're trying to explain what this line of code is doing. That is what is a comment. And what is a comment? Slightly from a computer science standpoint. What's happening? Python is not performing the compilation of it and just leaving it like that. Rahul, are you catching it, buddy? Revati. Cool. So now take a look at this. Mera Bharat Mahan, it will give you an error. You put hash Mera Bharat Mahan, no problem. One more time, Mera Bharat Mahan, wrap it around quotes, no problem. Mera Bharat Mahan, one more time, wrap it around double quotes, no problem. Okay, but take a look at this. Okay, before I go there, here is another thing, maybe slightly interesting. Namaste. Start with Namaste, no problem. We have written the code Namaste, and the output is coming as Namaste. Remember, our mantra is Shift Enter. Shift Enter is what I'm doing. You can move your cursor and click on Run if you'd like to, guys, if you're more of a mouse person, but I'm more of a keyboard person. Now, come down here. Mera Bharat Mahan. One more time, for the sake of discipline. Now, take a look at this. We'll write 2 lines of code. Remember, a cell is a program is a group of lines of code. We'll write 2 of them, do a Shift Enter. Notice, Namaste is not displayed. Only Mera Bharat Mahan is displayed. Python is hiding. In other words, Python is not printing Namaste. Or to be more precise, Python is overwriting Namaste. In the output, the Namaste is overwritten. So what do? That is where we have a built-in function called print. What is print doing? Print is explicitly printing. If you don't use print, Python is overwriting the previous output. Niharika, are you catching it? So when you use print, you're explicitly telling Python to print it, guys, okay? Okay, let me make a little bit progress. Let's come here. Now take a look at this. Here is first innings, batsman Sachin Tendulkar versus bowler Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev to Sachin, what is that? Well, that's a commentary. Notice only one of them. The last line, Kapil Dev to Sachin, and there's a 4. About 4 runs, that is getting printed. Problem, 1 line is getting printed. What do we want? We want all the lines to be printed. There is our commentary. First innings, batsman versus bowler, Sachin versus Kapil to Sachin, 4. That is what is print. What is print? Print is printing. Without print, what is happening? It is printing, but it is overwriting the previous one. Niharika, quick yes. Cool. Okay. Let's see. So again, let's see what is happening here. Couple there. Now take a look at this, guys. A little deeper. What we are doing is print first innings. We're adding backslash. What is it? It's a new line character. So ideally, what looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines here of output. Now take a look at this. If you run the same thing, it becomes 7 lines output. First line, there's an empty line here. Third line, fourth line, fifth line, an empty line here, and then the 7th line. So what is backslash n? Backslash n, you're forcing, you're telling Python, print another new line, an empty line. Whenever it comes across the back, what print is doing is it is printing an empty line. As simple as that. Okay, that is referred as an escape character. And again, notice guys, just for the sake of discipline, we're commenting. Remember, when we say comment, you're telling the compiler, hey, don't do your job. Don't convert it into lexical. This is not code. This is just some explanation, some description of code or maybe something else. Niharika, quick yes. Cool. So now, okay, hopefully you have given a yes there. Okay, so now take a look at this, guys. What we have here is, instead of this one, let's say back here. Let's go back here, print, and here. We'll copy this one from here. Let's put it here. Here's first innings. We'll paste it again. And now notice 2, 3, get rid of the single quote, single quote, single quote, get rid of the single quotes. Come here at the end, 2, 3. Okay, in other words, one more time, we'll copy this one, paste it here. This time, we'll start with the single quote. Oops. Okay, start with the first one. Here's our commentary. Notice the problem, the last line is getting printed. The first 4 lines of the commentary are not getting printed. So now what we'll do, instead of using a single quote for every line, let's use one thing, and Python gives you an error. Python doesn't understand it. Python is getting confused. It's giving you an exception. Okay, so what do we do? Instead of single quote, let's use 3 quotes. Notice Python doesn't give you any error. In other words, we generally use 3 quotes when you have multiple lines of text. But notice the backslash, how it is getting printed. So what you do is, let's say print, paste it here, close the bracket. Okay, come here. Say, now take a look at the print. Now notice it prints very cleanly. The unnecessary escape characters. So what is print doing? Print is taking care. Anytime it comes across a backslash n, without print, with print, the backslash n it's actually going to a new line. Niharika, are you catching it? Quick yes, please. Who are the other guys? Rahul, Suresh, are you catching it, guys? Good. Okay, so that is the story of the print. Let's see one more time. What else we have? One more time, just for sake of discipline. Now notice within. So in other words, we use the 3 triple quotes when we want to print multiple lines of code. Okay, so let's say come here. Here, I'm actually putting code, Python code inside the 3 triple quotes. But what does Python do? Python will actually treat that as a text. It will not compile it. It will not treat it as Python code. It will just treat it as some description. So what do? So one more time, say print. Say close this one. Put this here. Copy this. Paste it here. Print. So the print is actually printing this whole thing. Oh, whole thing. Okay, I'm actually complexifying it. I also have a single quote inside the triple quote, which I'll explain you. So this will probably unnecessarily confuse you. I'll leave it there. Coupled to Sachin and things like that. Okay, I'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, guys. Everybody doing okay? Quick yes, please. Okay. So let's see what else we have. So let's see. Savitri, or I think it was Savitri, right? Was there from Tech Mahindra? Okay, let's do this, guys. Maybe she stepped out. Let's take, it's 12:31. Let's take a short 2-minute break. Let me just breathe some air here. 2-minute break. We'll regroup at 34. Please take a break, have a glass of water, maybe a cup of tea, and get yourself ready. Okay. Savitri, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break for a cup of water and things like that. Take a breath here.
No worries. Absolutely fine.
That is okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Sorry, I think I need to unmute myself. Okay. Savitri, are you okay with that? Great. Thank you, Savitri. I'm back. Are you guys back, guys? Can you give me a quick yes? Pardon me. Sorry. Could you type in messages? Thank you, Navya. Okay, so let's see. Let's continue the journey. And so, guys, as you are listening to me, one of the things maybe you can do is you can go ahead and download in your local machines the Anaconda. I want you to go to this website, anaconda.com. I just brought it up somewhere over here. Please go to this website and try to download the Anaconda if you could. Later, I will also help you access the cloud labs. You can actually work on the cloud labs. I will also work on the cloud labs. But before we go to the cloud, let's also get a quick understanding of how to work on the Anaconda. So if you go to anaconda.com and just try to download whatever based on what your virtual machine is. I'm sorry, based on whatever your Windows or your operating system you have, guys. Please try to download this one. Okay, while you're downloading it, a little bit of back to a little bit of theory. So there is numbers. What is numbers? Numbers is numeric data. In numeric data, we have integers, we have float, we also have complex numbers. Complex numbers is where the complex machine learning models and all those things come into the picture, guys. Okay, so let's say back here. Okay, so there is a number, integers, there is a float, there is a complex numbers. So visualize something like this. In a slightly friendly way, we'll call all the numbers of the numeric data as teacups. These are the teacups. Among tea, we have, let's say, it is green tea. What is green tea? Green tea is nothing but the integers. Okay, then we have ginger tea. Let's give it this one. Oops, put this here. Here we go. Here is ginger tea. For a moment, we'll talk about the tea. And what is special here is, remember, all green tea is tea, but all tea is not green tea. All green tea is tea. Okay, then come to ginger tea. All ginger tea is also tea, but all tea is not ginger tea because a tea can be green tea. In other words, all integers are numeric data, but all numeric data is not integers. Okay, what is integers? Integers is non-decimals. So all decimals are numeric data, but all decimals are numeric data. And all numeric data is not necessarily non-decimals, because a numeric data can be decimals also. What is decimals data? Python calls the decimals as floats. Python calls the non-decimals as integers. In a slightly friendly way, we're calling them as tea, green tea, and ginger tea. And here is complex numbers, complex equations, and things like that. Well, this is super tea. We will talk about these things in coming up days and things like that. But though that is mostly in the world of machine learning and things like that, we will deal with such complex equations, guys. Okay, so let's dig a little bit deep. That is as simple as that. So numbers and positive or negative, they can be positive or negative. Strings is nothing but textual data. There is sequence of characters. Each letter in a string is a character, is what it is. So there it is. You can use single quotes or double quotes to create a string or textual data. Then we have data types. Data types, whether something, data type is something where you're trying to understand whether something is a numeric data or textual data. Think of numeric data as teacups. Think of textual data as coffee cups. In a slightly friendly way, it becomes easy for you to remember. Okay, data types are important. They type name as a function. return a new objects. We can return data types. These are slightly the next level things that we'll see in the coming up days when we learn about functions and things like that, guys. Okay. So float, int, and string. Float is ginger tea. Integer is green tea. String is coffee. String is textual data. Float, int, and string is what Python is calling. The friendly names are ginger tea, green tea, and coffee is what it is. Both ginger tea and green tea are tea. Tea is nothing but numeric data. Niharika, are you catching it? Prahar Shanar Singh Goju. Oh, that's a long name. Praharshana. Are you catching that bit? You're a boy or a girl? Quick yes, please. Are you typing? You're a girl. Sorry about that. Long name there, so I got confused. Are you catching it? Praharshana. Praharsha. Ah, sorry about that, Praharsha. Don't be angry with me. Can you give me a quick yes? Are you catching it, guys? Float, int, and string is what is the language of the Python. As simple as that, guys. Okay. So we're also referring them as data types. And let's see. Adjust my screen here. There. Okay. Operators. Okay, a little bit more. A little bit of theory and things like that. Manipulating and things like that. So let's say 4 plus 5 plus is an operator. 4 and 5 are operands. So we have different kinds of operators: arithmetic, comparison, assignment, logical operators in a computer science world. Here is some of the arithmetic operations. We've been already looking at them. Okay. Then here is the Boolean operations. True is true, false is false. Cool. Then comparison operators: equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, and so on. Pretty straightforward to understand. We don't need to overcomplicate them to understand and things like that. As simple as that, guys. Okay. Then we have assignment operator, equals to 9. That's how Python is creating the objects behind the scenes. We are saying we're creating the cups in the RAM. When we say equals to 9, it's like saying Nescafe is coffee. So behind the scenes, you visualize as if we are creating a cup and putting coffee inside that cup, and we are calling that name of the cup as a Nescafe. That is, the equal to is referred as the assignment operator. When you see an equal to operator, behind the scenes, Python is creating the objects in an object-oriented world. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, logical operators and or not. We'll try to play around with them, try to understand what it is when we want to check multiple conditions and things like that. The logical operators come into picture. And we'll have some quick examples and look at quick examples. Back to numbers again. Python has various types of numbers. Remember, numbers is numeric data. Numeric data is teacups. They can be positive or negative. They can be decimals or non-decimals. And as simple as that, guys. Okay. Then slightly from a discipline standpoint, classic versus true division. In Python 2, the slash symbol, the forward slash in Python 2, in slightly older versions of Python 2, if you do a 3 divided by 2, we would only get a 1. It would truncate the discipline. That is called classic division. Okay, so in Python 2, what we need to do was, we need to give 3.0 by 2 or 3 by 2.0. In other words, one of the either the numerator or the denominator has to be decimal, then only we'll get a decimal value. Otherwise, Python 2 was truncating it. That is referred as a classic division. We have to either have the numerator or the denominator as a decimal. Okay. And what is it? Or you have to explicitly say it's float. This is a built-in function where you're telling Python treat this as a decimal, not as a non-decimal. So what is this? This is referred as a classic division. In 3.0, you don't need to do any of these things. That is called a true division. Why is it called a true division? The actual true value of 3 divided by 2 is 1.5. That is what is called a true division. It is more from, imagine you have a client somewhere back in USA or maybe UK. They will just try to play around with you. Maybe they are trying to put you onto a project. They just want to see how much background you have on Python and things like that. So they'll just in a friendly way ask you, hey, do you have any idea what is classic versus true division? They just play around with you, try to get a feel of you. So in such cases, just keep it in mind. So by default, Python 2 was always using a slash, and that was referred as a classic division, guys. As simple as that. So again, this slide is slightly not necessary now. And back to strings again. Strings are used in Python to record textual data. Textual data is what we are looking at. We are saying Mera Bharat Mahan, Hamara Bharat Mahan. That is nothing but textual data. They are actually a sequence. A sequence is a big thing in a programming world. It's a group of things in a continuous way. So behind the scenes, a string. So in other words, let's say, come back here. This here, this here. Okay, imagine we have created coffee. So let's say here is C, O, F, F, E, E. This is a coffee. This looks like cup for you. But behind the scenes for Python, what is this, guys? This is, you visualize a tray. And what is happening is, here is C. C is here in a cup. O is another cup. And F is another cup, and so on. You visualize 5 or 6 cups like that, which each of their alphabets. What are they? They're there in a sequential order. That is referred as a sequence. Python refers it as sequence. Why? You can get each of these things in a sequential order. You can get C. When you say behind the scenes, what Python is doing is it's using a next and it's getting you the next character. So these are a group of characters behind the scene and they're sitting inside a tray. That is what is special. What is that? That is referred as a sequence by Python. It keeps track of every element. It is there in the first position, second position, third position. Again, we'll try to understand these aspects, guys, okay? So again, if you have a hello, also behind the scenes, everything is going inside one cup. And what is that? That is called a sequence. Okay, let's try to simplify it. And let's see where we are. Function. So print is a function in Python 3. This is slightly a redundant slide. We don't need it because we're going to be focusing on Python 3. And then comes string indexing. Okay, Python is very powerful when it comes to slicing and dicing with the packages such as NumPy and data frames that we're going to be covering in the coming updates, guys. Okay, so here is a string. A string can also be sliced and diced. What is slicing and dicing? Imagine Niharika bought a watermelon. When you buy a watermelon, what can you do? Well, you can take a watermelon. If you have friends at home, maybe relatives at home, what do you do with a watermelon? Well, it is a watermelon. Okay. And what you're doing is, let's see if you can take a small part of this. Niharika is taking a small slice of it and she's giving it to her maybe friend or relative. Then she takes another slice of it. She gives it to another relative. What is it? That is called slicing and dicing. What can you do? We can take strings. We can slice and dice them. We can treat that as a watermelon, slice it, dice it. You can take parts of strings in various ways where we use that kind of a syntax. Okay. And remember, Python follows a zero-based index. All the programming languages except R, the Java, .NET, C, C++, and Python follows zero-based index. They don't follow a one-based index. What is that? We'll try to look at an example and try to understand that. So in other words, Python does not count from 1, 2, 3, 4. It counts from 0, 1, 2, 3 is one way to think of it. Okay, let's make a little progress. It is important to note the strings have an important property known as immutability. So what is immutability, guys? Imagine we created a coffee cup, Nescafe. So let's say here is a coffee, CO. Okay. Okay, instead of FFE, we'll write coffee. We'll say here is a Nescafe. The name of the cup is Nescafe. Let's give Nescafe maybe an orange. Now, let's say if you modify this one, okay, you try to put in, come here, F and a double E. Behind the scenes, what Python is doing is it's not actually touching this cup. It creates a new cup. It creates C, O, there's an F, there's an F, there's an E, and there's an E. And what does it do? It will point to this one. Your Nescafe is not this cup, but it is a blue cup. It is not the pink cup, but the blue cup. So what is happening behind the scenes? Python is actually not modifying the original cup. What is that? That is what is special about this string. What is string? String is textual data. Textual data is coffee cups for us. What is special of coffee cups? If you modify a coffee cup, it is not modifying the original coffee cup, but it is always creating a new coffee cup. What is that? That is called immutability. the coffee cups or the textual data cannot be modified. Once a string is created, the elements within it cannot be changed. Once you create a coffee cup or a textual data object, you cannot modify it. Python does not modify it. Everybody catching it, guys? Niharika, Shaibazuddin, Mohammed, are you catching it? Shabazz. Quick yes, please. And we'll try to look at them in action in a bit, guys, but a bit of theory that's completed. Okay. So before we go to the lists and things like that, back here, if you have downloaded Anaconda, guys, and maybe you should, if you try to install it, you should see in start in Windows environment, you should see something like this, guys. Most of the times, these things are probably already installed for you and things like that. You can click on Jupyter Notebook and give it a moment. Something like this will open. Once this opens, you may also notice, let's say back here, here is a home page. Something like this will be coming up. So step one, you will see a window like this coming up in a moment. Step two, you will see another window coming up like this in a moment. Just in case you're trying it out and things like that. Later, I will show you how to connect to the cloud labs and things like that, where you can try all these things also, guys. But it is always good to have both of them with you. And let's see. Back to a little bit of hands-on exercises and things like that. Later, I'll be sharing these things also, guys. Okay, so back to coffee. Let's see what is happening one more time. Increasing the complexity, guys. Okay. Let's go here. Scroll down. So there is coffee, no problem. But create a coffee like this, which is, pardon me, a combination of single quote and a double quote. Notice you get an error. Python will not allow you. You cannot create a coffee, a textual data, which is a combination, pardon me, of a single quote sorry about that, guys. A single quote and a double quote, or maybe a double quote and a single quote, it will give you an error. You give them time to later do the hands-on. Okay, good, Savitri. So, guys, if any of you are able to connect to the, if any of you have installed the labs and things like that, you can also perform hands-on exercises along with me. As I'm practicing this, notice most of them are one-line things. Please feel free to type in. I will be sharing the complete the code that I have here also with you. And if you're able to type that, you do it with me. Anybody trying it out, guys? Can you give me a quick yes if any one of you are trying it out? Okay. So I think because this is a local installation. Okay. So what I'll do is, let me come back here. I will show you how to access the cloud. Savitri, do you know the person who is there from the labs? They have access to the lab, the cloud lab. Do you know who's the person who has access to the cloud lab? I forgot her name. Sachita. Sachita, are you there? Let's see. Yeah. I just want to make sure everybody has been given the lab access or not. So could you please, and give me one moment here, guys. Oh, they have been. Okay, very good. Okay, so guys, then what we'll do is we'll try to connect to the lab rather than you installing it locally. Let's say, pause this one for a moment. Let me open my password. Team basics. Here we go. Okay. Resume it. Let's say, pause this for a moment. Bring the dashboard out. Pardon me. Let's see, hide this one. Share this one. Okay. Oh, can I unmute myself? One moment. Let me unmute myself. Okay. Let's see, who is it? Sanchita. Okay. Savitri, if that is you, go ahead. I have one.
Hi, Mr. Naveen. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes. Go ahead, Savitri.
Yes. So, Mr. Naveen, the issue with they installing something on their machine might be if, in case they are using the Tech Mahindra laptops,
Understood.
they'll have firewall issues. So, they may not be able to download anything, on their own. Maybe
Gotcha.
that's possible if they're using their personal laptops. So that's the reason they have been given access to these virtual labs by our vendor Nuepro.
Excellent. I got your message, Savitri. I understand.
So this is where they had initially practiced their Linux commands and other things that were taught to them.
Excellent.
And this is where they will be practicing whatever you teach them.
Sounds good. So in that case, I will have them log into this one, Savitri.
Yeah, and I feel, I mean, maybe you can check with the participants also, but in bits and pieces, if they do it along with you, they'll get a better hang of these concepts.
Very good idea.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Naveen.
Right. Thank you, Savitri. So guys, could you all please log into your cloud, guys, into whatever your access was given. So let me see. I think the document has been already shared, and hopefully, if any one of you don't have access, feel free to put it in the chat window. We'll try to help you out. Let's spend some time getting into the Jupyter, guys. Everybody with me. How many of you are getting into the Jupyter labs? Give me a quick yes, please. How many of you have access? If you don't have access, type in a no. Let's see who are the parties. Niharika, good. Go ahead. I'll follow you. Rahul, good guys. Go ahead and try to follow, get into the labs, please. And let's see. Credentials used to sign on to Jupyter. Rahul and Niharika, have you been given the credentials? Could you please let me know? Let's see. Where is Rahul? Rahul or who else is here? Rahul and Niharika, can one of you, I will unmute you. Can you come online, please? Mari Dukunda. Let's see. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, let's try with Rahul. Ask to unmute for Azure Lab. And what about the Cloudera? Niharika. Rahul, I have unmuted you, buddy. Are you able to talk?
Yes, sir. We have access to Azure Cloud.
Not the Cloudera.
What I will do, Mr. Naveen, am I audible?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll try to pull in Sanchita or Arvindan from Novipro, and they'll give you more clarity. There are two kind of labs which I understand they have been given access to. One is the big data one, and the other is the cloud labs.
Gotcha.
So for now, with the concepts that you were going on earlier, they were using the Azure labs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but hold on for, give me some time. I'll just ask one of them to log in here and clarify the doubts with respect to labs.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And so let me see if I'm able to access the Cloudera, the Azure Lab here, guys. One moment. This Cloudera. Let me go back here. And let's get into the view lab. Pardon me. I've directly tried on that one. Azure Console Lab. Let's say start it. And Rahul, have you tried opening the Jupyter Lab, buddy, in Azure Lab? Have you tried it?
No, sir.
Okay, that's okay, not a problem. Satish, done with the login. Very good, buddy. Give me one moment. I'm trying to get into Azure Lab. Let's see where we are. Okay, it's just now. Click on this one. That's Azure Lab. Okay, I haven't checked out these, so let me pause it here so that my username and password are not So I'll pause it here for a moment. Let's say we'll copy the password. Oh, that's a tough part. So say copy password. Okay, make sure it one more time. Okay, then order ID, then login ID. Okay. Sign in blank. Pulses. Let's go to pulses. Instructions. Let's go ahead. Okay, because I had the big data lab, I was checking it out on this one. So give me one moment, guys. Control panel. Okay. I'm seeing, looking for where we have the Jupyter lab and things like that. These are the policies. I don't need that. So whole control.
Hey, Mr. Naveen, we have Sanchita from Nove Pro.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so whatever queries you had with respect to lab, I believe she can help us clarify that.
Okay, sounds good. Sanchita, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hey, good, Sanchita. Let's see. So actually, I think the guys, the participants don't have access to the cloud era. They seem to have only the Azure console lab.
Yeah,
Can you give them the access to?
the Big Data Labs is also available. Just give me a minute. Let me just check once again.
Yeah. So, let's see. Right. Okay. So just to keep our time productive, guys, maybe I will come back here. I think we were there at the list. So let's see. Choose. Polls in progress. Okay. So Satish and Lavanya, are you seeing both Azure Console Lab and Cloudera also, or are you only seeing the Azure console?
Both Azure and cloud.
Oh, you're seeing both of them. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Let's see. How about anybody else who's not seeing? I think earlier Rahul said he was not seeing.
Actually, both of them are there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I think it should be just refresh it. I have asked Arvindan from my team also to join.
Okay.
It should be there.
Sounds good. Earlier Rahul was saying he couldn't see that. So what I'll do is, would you like me to? I will probably go back to the what is this one, console, the Cloudera lab. Would you like me to stop this one for now, Sanchita? Is it necessary, or will you handle it?
You can stop it if you're not using it.
Let me stop that. Let me not use up your resources. And sorry. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So let's see, back to the labs and go back to home. Back to labs. Okay, this is bringing up the Azure. This is the home lab. Sign out. Sign in. Okay, guys, so the first step is you are probably given an access and things like that. Let's get into, rather than clicking on Azure Console Lab, click on the Cloudera note, and then, and let's see, how about Lavanya Satish? Can you give me a quick yes? Are you able to log in?
Yes, click on Jupyter Hub.
Oh, you already did? Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else having a trouble, guys? Okay. The next thing I want you to do is click on Jupyter Hub for now. And you should see an empty. You'll probably not find either this one or this one. Let's say I will delete these two. You should see an empty one like this. And let me see if I can increase the size of it. Probably that is good. Okay. So who's that? Was that Revati? Is that you or is that Lavanya who was speaking just now?
Lavanya.
Lavanya. Okay, I'll stick with you, Lavanya. Just answer a few questions and hopefully others will follow you and try to get step by step. Go ahead and do a new Python 3. If there is any technical, please drop note. Okay, got it, Sanchita. You can sign off if you'd like to. If there's any problem, I'll reach you out. Feel free to...
no worries. I'll be here for some more time. I have also asked my colleague to join. There are any issues, but this is a quickest way to reach out to the technical support team.
Okay, Sanchita, right? Sanchita.
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to save this one.
support@freshdesk.nuvepro.com.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Sanchita. I'm in.
Yeah. Arvindan has also joined. So I think it's sorted out now, Arvindan.
All right.
They are
That's
able
good.
to see both the labs.
Great.
Are there any more issues which you see, Neera? Navi?
No, I think I'm good as of now, Sanchita.
Okay.
Let you know.
Just adding to that, she might have given you our, Cloud Lab, the support ID. You can very well, forward your request there. Otherwise, you can, reach out to Lakshmi. In turn, we will get the request and sort it out immediately. When it comes to the Cloudera Big Data Cluster Lab, so we have most of the big data components are enabled here, as you can see, like Kafka, Scope, Hue, HBase. And if you still need any other components for the training, like Cassandra or MongoDB, if that is part of your training, you can very well give us a request. Immediately, we will add those to the cluster, at least to your set of IDs. When it comes to Azure, Sanchita will post, the policies which are actually enabled for this particular training. So we got to know from the previous trainer what all the services required for the Azure, like Databricks and HD Insights. So if you need any other services to be taught, like Synapse Analytics or any more, or any other instances need to be enabled, you can just ping Lakshmi and we will enable those instances very immediately. Sanchita, you can just post that policy which I have sent to you in Teams this morning. So to everyone, so students also should be aware that when they log into the Azure portal, only US East 1, the particular location has been enabled. They can't go to Central India, South India, Sydney, Singapore location and try it. So that's not enabled. So only a location enabled is US East and one another location. And the services, and when creating the VM, you should keep in mind only standard like B2MS, T3 series, like only few series are been enabled. If you need any additional instances need to be enabled as part of the training, you can give a request. We will do it immediately.
Yeah, I'm just sharing it with everybody here.
Yes.
Ravindra.
So everyone will be having 24/7 access for both the big data and Azure access. just I want to enlighten you all on one, important part here. Big data cluster is our cluster lab, so it can be, open 24/7. It doesn't matter, it will not, cost you anything, even if we don't use it, because that's, open 24/7. So you can use it even for 720 hours. So need not, shut down the lab, close the tab. That is not required for the big data cluster. But people, please keep one thing in mind for Azure lab. Every single minute you spend on the cloud or any VM you created, that is still going to be there in the cloud. And if the cleanup is not done at a proper time, that will, uptick the cost to the great extent. So we strongly advise you, though we have given you the complete access for this, cloud lab to access this Azure console portal. Once the training is done, please, shut down the lab only for the Azure lab, not for the big data cluster, only for the Azure. You need to shut the lab. So once the lab has been shut, 15 minutes cleanup will run and it will go to the normal stage. And whenever you log in, it will be a fresh, Azure lab for you. So you need to, close the lab once the learning has been.
Is it the stop or the shutdown?
So just I wanted to, tell you. Question with regards to this cloud lab, you can let us know.
Yeah, Naveen, I think you had a question. It's a stop or shutdown? It's a stop. And then
Gotcha.
Yes, stop.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Thank you, Ravindra. Thank you, Sanchita.
All right.
thank you.
Great. You guys can, it's up to you if you want to hang on or if you want to sign on, you guys can go.
Sure. Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you. Let's say back to Lavanya. Lavanya, was that you who was just now online with me?
Yes.
Great, stick with me. So let's say you have opened the Jupyter, and just for sake of discipline, let's run a few things. 1 + 1, just do a shift and an enter. Make sure you're able to run that. Let me see if I can find Lavanya. Lavanya. Let's see. Lavanya.
Yes, able to run it.
Okay, very good. Let's see. We'll also do this, Lavanya. I will make you the host for a moment, and do you know how to share the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have maybe you want to close all the other apps which are not required so that your personal things are not viewable. And you can share your screen, and I'll tell you a few steps you can perform so that others will get an idea. Fair enough?
Okay, Naveen.
Very good. So let's say Lavanya to host, say yes. So I've sent you a request to host. You can share the screen. Click on yes on the request. Very good. So there is Lavanya's screen, guys. Print Lavanya. Okay, you like your name, don't you? Good one there. And 1 + 1, 2, as simple as that. Then let me see what I can give it to Lavanya and see where we are. Mera Bharat Mahan. I'll type something in the chat window, Lavanya. You try to paste it, and let's see what we have. Let's see what we have. So here is Nescafe's coffee. I'm going to paste this in a moment, but let me first correct this one. Okay, let me paste it now. Back to chat window. Here is the chat. Let's see, everyone. So here, okay. Nescafe's coffee. Paste that one in the code, Lavanya. Shift enter. Okay, good. So there you're getting the output. I sent you another one. Paste that also. So Lavanya, can you tell me what is the problem here?
The syntax structure. Here we use colon in between KF and S.
Okay, so in the next cell, try to correct it. and run it. Shift enter. Shift enter. Okay, okay, you have fixed it. You have partially fixed it. You did not fully fix it. But let me give you another one. Back to chat. Paste it. Okay, try this one. Okay, so now you see what was the problem, Lavanya.
Single colons?
Okay, in other words, that is quote. So the problem earlier was you have if you want to put a single quote in the middle, you have to wrap it around with the double quotes.
Okay.
Okay, try this one. Cool. So what is happening here, Lavanya?
In between single colons, we used double colons.
Very good. Now try this one. In other words, if you want to put a double quote in between in the textual data, we are wrapping it around with a single quote. Now try this one. So what is the problem? What do you think is the problem, Lavanya? Any thoughts on what is the problem?
We use double colons in between single colons. Is this the
Quotes.
problem?
Quotes. It's
Yeah.
not colon, it's quote.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say try this one. Cool. So how do you think you can fix that? Any thoughts, guys? Can anybody help Lavanya? How to fix that? So Revati is giving you a hint. Are you catching the hint, Lavanya? You can think loud. You can engage us. There are 2 hints in the chat window.
Use 3 quotes.
Very good. Good. So now what is the problem you think here, guys? Can anybody help Lavanya? Good one. Suresh? Let's see. Lavanya, try to fix it. Still working? Still thinking, Lavanya? Multiple hints are coming to you. Cool. Very good. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Very good. Lavanya, are you doing okay?
Yes, Naveen.
Excellent. Okay, so go back, make me the host, please.
How can I?
What you need to do is, there is, you choose my name, Naveen Paturu, and click on a more, I think is option.
Okay.
Once you click on more, it says make host.
Yeah,
There you go. Great. Thank you. I'll share my screen and it will stop yours. Say share it. There you go. Thank you, Lavanya. Take your lead now. Chance to, okay, great. Thank you, Savitri. Have a good one. Let's here's Savitri. What's that? Okay. That's Savitri. Let me come back here and see where we are. Okay, guys. How about the rest of you? Rahul, Balveer, Vishweshwari, Praharsha. Are you all doing okay, guys? Are you able to handle the lab so far? Good, Balveer. Good to know. If anybody is having a problem, let me know, guys. We'll try to help you out here. And let's move on a little bit here and see what we have. Back to Nescafe. Nescafe is coffee. Back here, back to the lab. There you go. So we'll say, we'll rename this. You can just click on, let's say, TM underscore 00 basics. So there it is, guys. We created a cup called Nescafe. We're putting coffee inside it and we are printing Nescafe, that is coffee. We created an object. Remember, this is textual data. Textual data is our coffee objects. Another object here, name. Everything is an object in Python. Remember, name is Sachin. So the name of the cup is name and the content is Sachin. Okay. Then here is age. Age is 23. Age is numeric data. So notice I'm running it on the cloud, guys. And age is 23 and we are printing the age, as simple as that. So one is coffee cup, another one is tea cup, textual data. So now here comes the type. Type is a built-in function. Notice if you say what is the type of name, name is Sachin. Inside a cup called name, we have Sachin. And it says it's a string. String means textual data. Textual data means coffee cup. So what is type? Type is giving you the data type. Quick yes, please. Type of age gives you integer. Good. Okay, integer is nothing but non-decimals. Non-decimals is nothing but green tea. Okay, one more time, just for the sake of discipline, you try to print two of them at one time. It'll print only one. What do? You say print name, print age. You're explicitly printing each one. Sachin at 23. So that is the story of the print. Cool. One more time, radius is 3. What is the type of the radius? That should be an integer. Integer is green tea. Pi is 3.14. Say copy this one. Now notice the type of pi, radius is an integer, that is green tea. And this is a decimal. Decimal for Python is a ginger tea. So that is float. Int and float. Python is calling it as int and float in its language. For it is the non-decimals and decimals. Area of the circle, just a formula, little formula. Area of the circle, back to school, pi r square, 84.78. So the type, we just looked at these two. Okay. Type of dog. Dog is textual data. Textual data is the str string. Okay. Hopefully you guys are okay. If you're finding anything slightly difficult, let me know. I'll stop it. So one more time, type of one. Now notice one is in single quotes. It's like a textual data. Python is going to treat that as textual data. Type of one, that's numeric data. Okay, guys. And one moment. Sorry about that, guys. One moment. Oh, okay, Suresh. Yeah, you want to have your lunch break? Okay, yeah, that'll be a good one for me also. Go ahead, guys. Generally, how much time you're given for the lunch break? Suresh, others, anybody? Can you give me a quick hint, please?
1 hour, Pawan. Naveen, sorry.
Anybody else? How much time is break time? Okay. Oh, okay. Sounds good, guys. So it's 1:30. Meet at 2:45. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good, guys. I will. Savitri, I think, has signed off here. I just need to double check with her also. But go ahead, guys. 1:30. And here and there, just keep checking, guys. I'll ping you. Just in case, Savitri wants me to take a little less time or things like that. I did not ask her about that. Just keep checking and we'll regroup and continue from there. For now, go ahead and sign up for lunch. Thank you, guys. Take care. So, guys, I'm back. How many of you are back? Can you give me a quick yes, please, if you're back? Could you please type in the chat window? Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that. So we'll take 45 minutes break, guys, for the lunch and things like that. Just for sake of discipline, will not take too much time, so that we're keeping the time. productive and effective. Sorry about that again. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here, and let's see where we are. Back to type of one and things like that. Let's. Okay, so we have a few more things which are going on here. Let's say one more time. Let's continue the journey here, guys. We have a few more hands-on exercises and things like that. Mera equals to Mera Bharat. Mahan is Mahan, just a couple of strings, and we'll create them at one time. So in other words, it's like we're creating two objects at one time, Mera and Mahan. And what is special about them is, notice each object will have an ID. An ID is nothing but the address. In a slightly computer science perspective, that is the address of an object. Every object has an address and a value. The value is nothing but the content. This is the address, guys. Okay, that's how you can think of it. It is just a built-in function we need to be familiar with, guys. Okay, but let's go ahead and go a little bit deep. Notice Nescafe. Back to Nescafe. Then coffee. And so in other words, Nescafe and coffee are two textual data objects, two string objects. But notice Nescafe and coffee. What is plus? Plus is an operator which is concatenating it. Nescafe coffee. We are concatenating. Plus is nothing but it's joining two of the textual data, putting them into this one. So something to be aware of here, back here, let's say come here, is visualize something like this is happening, guys. So visualize, here is Nescafe, and here is, choose this one, is coffee. We'll put coffee here. We'll put Nescafe is Nescafe coffee. So let's say we'll put, oops, we'll put Nescafe here, and we'll put coffee here. Now, yeah. Now what is happening is when we do Nescafe plus coffee, visualize what is happening is it's creating a new cup with Nescafe coffee. That is what is happening. It looks like we are adding two cups here, but behind the scenes, what Python is doing is it is concatenating. It's creating a new object and concatenating these two objects is something to be aware of. Back to Suresh. Suresh, ID means it's just giving you the ID of an object. The ID of an object is something like an address of an object, is what it is, as simple as that. We generally don't mess with the IDs and things like that, but for the sake of discipline, you kind of think of it as like an address. Okay, Suresh, you understand that? Okay, as simple as that. So that is the story of Nescafe coffee. Let's say, where are we? We are in TM Basics and I'm on the cloud, guys. Okay, now take a look at this, guys. Nescafe plus coffee, one more time, but notice a subtle difference. Here's Nescafe coffee. Notice there is no space. So what is happening is over here, we have hard-coded this space. I have hard-coded this space, whereas here I don't have a space. So plus is just joining them and we are having Nescafe coffee. But let's take a look at this. We'll say print Nescafe plus coffee. Notice we get it is same as it's just printing Nescafe coffee as one word. Now what we'll do, copy this one, paste this here. Now take a look at this, guys. Nescafe, comma, coffee. Notice what happens. That's a tuple. Oh, okay. Sorry, I think that's not what I meant. Let me try this one. Just trying to explain Nescafe coffee. Now notice that, guys. What is happening is Nescafe coffee. In other words, Nescafe coffee, we don't need this one. Let me get rid of this to avoid confusion. We'll put this here. And let's say print it. Say clear this one. Scroll up now. Now let me see if we can simplify this, guys. Let's say come here. So visualize here. When you do Nescafe plus coffee, what's happening is this is one cup. It created one cup. When you say print Nescafe plus coffee also, it's putting it in one cup. So what is, we're using plus and plus here is something to know. But when you say print Nescafe, comma is also concatenating it. But what is it doing? It is going ahead and separating them with a space operator. In other words, it's automatically, or it's kind of giving space operator, putting a space, let's say, I'm trying to draw this one, in between. So in other words, comma is acting like plus, which is concatenating, but by default, it is going ahead and separating by a space is something to be aware of. Everybody with me, guys, quick yes, please. Suresh, Navya, okay, great. Okay, something to be aware of. I will not ask you to by heart it, but just be aware of that. Now take a look at this. Here is coffee. Coffee is Nescafe plus coffee. One more time. And let's see how that looks like. Nescafe coffee. And what is happening is we have a space here. In other words, for plus, you always need to give that hard code that. Okay, but let's say, come here. Okay. If we say type of Nescafe plus coffee, that will be a text object. Text object means a string. After comma, there is a space. Before comma, there is a space. You can type your questions to everyone, buddy. You're sending it to me so that others can watch your questions. They'll also learn. Just choose everyone in your chat window so that others can also choose it. So Nescafe, Nescafe, Nescafe. Now what is something different is we have hard-coded a space. We are manually putting a space there. Is what is something to be aware of. One more time. Let's say take a look at this. If there are more than 3 of them, what do you do? Well, let's say there are 9 or 10 of them. You're hard coding everything. Your Nescafe, Nescafe, Nescafe is getting printed. But what we'll do? Take a look at this. If you want, if it is 3 or 9 of them, you can write them, you can copy paste them. But what if you have 30 of them? Okay, you don't want to write or copy paste multiple times. So what is happening is you're multiplying it. When you say 30 times Nescafe, what's happening is it's actually printing Nescafe 30 times. That's what is happening. Again, I wouldn't say by heart it, but be familiar and be aware of that. Catching the point, guys. Quick yes, please. Shaibaz, Mohammed, are you catching it, buddy? Shaibaz. Okay, good. Okay, so 3 times Nescafe and then you add coffee. Cool. So let's say come here. Nescafe, Nescafe, Nescafe coffee. So when we multiply Nescafe with 3, it is printing. Python is printing the Nescafe 3 times is something to be kept in mind. Pizza and daddy. This is my daughter. When she was young, she was much younger, little and small and things like that. If she wanted to eat a pizza, this is how she'll say, pizza, 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 daddy, she used to say. Okay, guys, that's pizza. And let's see what else we have. Sentences, Mera Bharat Mahan. Mera Bharat Mahan is a sentence. For Python, that is a textual data, that's a string object. Sentence is the name of it. Cool, guys. So next sentence, one more time. We are hard coding some spaces. We are putting some spaces in the front and at the back. So now what do? You say replace with Mera with Hamara. Notice Mera Bharat Mahan has become Hamara Bharat Mahan. So what is replace? Replace is replacing, as simple as that. What is replace? Replace is also acting like a function, more precisely like a method. But we haven't talked about the method. So we'll say replace is like a function, is what we'll say to start with. Mera is getting replaced. Now, take a look at sentence. It looks like Mera Bharat Mahan has become Hamara Bharat Mahan. But if you look at sentence, it is still Mera Bharat Mahan. In other words, so sentences, we started here. Sentence, it looked like sentence as Mera Bharat Mahan. When we did a replace, it looks like, we'll choose this one. It looks like we went to this cup and we changed it to Hamara Bharat Mahan. So in other words, you visualize Mera Bharat Mahan has become Hamara Bharat Mahan, and you get rid of this, you get rid of this, and now this is pointing to this one. it looked like we modified this one. Which one will give? Okay, so it looks like sentence is Hamara Bharatman, but you ask Python, hey, what is in sentence? It is printing. Sentence is actually printing Mera Bharatman. It's not printing Hamara Bharatman. In other words, let's see one more time. We'll give another try. Put that back. So here is sentence is Mera Bharatman. When we do replace Mera with Hamara, what is happening is visualize a new cup is getting created. In Python, it's creating a new object. Okay, so what is sentence? Sentence is pointing to Mera Bharatman, but the blue cup does not have a name. The replace is creating a new cup and putting Hamara Bharatman, but it does not have a name. So if you now go back to sentence and see what is inside it, it is nothing but Mera Bharatman. Catching the point, guys. Quick yes, please. Everybody with me. Cool. Okay, again, something to be aware of with respect to the story of the strings. Take the sentence, say lower. As the name suggests, everything is going to get converted to lower. Okay, take the sentence, convert it to upper. Notice everything gets converted to upper. Case. Then, as simple as that. Now, let's say, we'll also say sentence. Yes, I'll be sharing all this material, guys. Don't worry about that. Try to follow me logically as much as you can. Let's say trim, notice, has no attribute trim. Oh, really? Sentence to trim. Let's say L trim. Really? Trim is not there. Okay. I thought it's there somewhere. Maybe it's used in another way. We'll switch back to that, guys. Okay. So let's see, gentlemen, ladies, quick review. 7 plus 2, 9 numeric data. 7 numeric data. Type of 7, it's an integer. Integer means non-decimal. A slightly friendly mantra is it's a green tea. 7 in quotes is a string. String is textual data. Textual data, friendly mantra is coffee cup. Type of 7 should give us string. Everybody with me so far? Quick yes, please. Niharika, Rahul, are you with me? Quick review. Cool. Then 7 plus 2. So now let's say what is happening here. 7 is textual data and 2 is numerical data. Notice we are getting an error. So what it says is, can only concatenate string means we have one of them as string, one of them as numeric data, which is an integer. So this is like a coffee cup on the left-hand side, teacup on the left-hand side. Imagine you mix tea with coffee, what is happening is the drink will get messed up. So it's not a good idea. Python is also suggesting in a similar way. You cannot concatenate a string with the integer or numeric data. You can concatenate a string with the textual data. So in other words, put this here, say 2, say 2. So there it is, 72. Notice now, 72 is 72 because it is treated as textual data. It is not 7 plus 2, 9. In other words, Python is not treating it as numeric data within quotes. That's why it's not a 9, it's a 72. Chandu, Praharsha, catching it with me. Good. Okay. So back to 2. 2, remember, is numeric data. But notice, if you say str of 2, you're converting 2 to numeric data, textual data. So what is str? Str is string. It's a built-in function. It is converting numeric data to textual data, which is nothing but string. I will force you to remember that. Str, you give a teacup and you're saying convert it to a coffee cup. Okay, it's like converting a teacup to a coffee cup, converting numeric data to textual data. Cool. One more time. Notice this one. This time, what is this one? Paste it here. 7 and 2. str of 2 has converted it teacup to coffee cup or numeric data to textual data. That's why we are seeing 7, 2. One more time. 7 and 2 as textual data will be 72. That is textual data. 7 times 2. Remember, 7 is textual data. You multiply it with 2. It's printing 7 2 times. Catching it, guys. Quick yes, please. Good. So x equal to 3. Let's see. Numeric data. X is numeric. If you say string of x one more time, that will convert to, notice 3 is in quotes. If something is in quotes, Python is telling you that is textual data. Y is 5. Okay. So now we have y equals to 5, which is another numeric data. Now what we'll do, the sum of x plus y is x plus y. So take a look at this. Pluses are concatenator, and we're getting a error. What is the problem? If you recall, this is textual data. This is numeric data. What plus, the operator plus requires both of them to be either numeric or textual. You cannot put a coffee cup. You cannot add a coffee cup and a teacup. You can add a coffee cup and a coffee cup, or a coffee cup, a teacup and a teacup. Okay, so what do we do? Well, let's see what we do. So now take a look at this. What we'll do is we will manually convert x into string of x. We're converting tea to coffee. And let's see what happens. The sum of 3 plus 5 is 8, but not in a very formatted way. So what do? We can fix that. Let's fix that. Take a look at this. So now sum of string. So what you do is you can hard code a space. Notice you're manually putting a space. You make it look like this. That is much more readable. The sum of 3 plus 5 is 8 is much more readable, but there is a shortcut. Cool. Bring in comma. You don't have to worry about this space. So sorry, this is coming. Okay, this is coming as a tuple. It's a little too early for me to talk about tuple. So let's say print and use the comma. So what is happening is comma is not only by default, is adding the space by default. Something to be kept in mind. Quick yes, please. Niharika, Praharsha. Good. Okay, so gentlemen, ladies, let's see if where are we? We are in lists here, right? Okay, let's see if we can have we have some fun. So let's see what we have. True. True is true. A friendly mantra will call true as thumbs up. False is false. We'll call false as Fanta. Then let's see. Here's batsman. Here is bowler. Batsman and bowler. Imagine. Let's see. Let's take Rahul. Rahul is a batsman. He's not a bowler. Is he an all-rounder, guys? Can you be an all-rounder without being a bowler? By being just a batsman? What do you think? Rahul is just a batsman, but he's not a bowler. Is he an all-rounder? What would you say? That's a false. Cool. Let's say back to Thakur. Thakur is not a batsman, but he's a bowler. Is he an all-rounder? No. Okay. Let's see who else we have. Let's take, okay, batsman. This is all boys here, right? So I'll not take girls' names. Let's say find some boys here. Who else we have? Lavanya, Navya. Oh, dominated by all girls here. Shehbazuddin. You're a boy, aren't you, Shehbaz? Mohammed? Are you a boy? Good. Let's take Shehbaz. Let's see what he's doing. So come here. Shehbaz is a batsman. He's also a bowler. So what is happening? Well, he's a batsman and a bowler. Let's say back here. Error. So now let's say if he put an and, what is happening is he's an all-rounder. In other words, and is something where when the left-hand side is true, right-hand side true, you get a true. If one of them is a false, you don't get a true, but you get a false is one way to think of it. Let's dig a little bit deep into it. Let's try to simplify it. Let's say come here. We have, let's say, Sham here. Sham is not a batsman, he's not a bowler. He's a lazy guy. Let's see if he's a lazy guy. Let's see if Sham is lazy. So let's say, here it is. Batsman, you're neither a batsman nor a bowler. And what's happening? Well, that gives you a false, as simple as that. Okay, so before I go into that one, give me one moment here. Okay, why is it false? Let's try to understand it. Let's take another example, Niharika, and we'll try to understand why it is false. Let's say, who do we have? We have Suresh here. Suresh is trying to get married. He wants a girl who has lengthy hair, who's fair in color. And now let's say we got a girl. His parents got a girl. She has long hair and she's fair in color. Would you like to marry? Suresh, what's your answer? Will you marry a girl with long hair and fair in color? Oh, yes, bad boy. Okay, let's see what is happening. He's going to marry. So he's a bad boy. He wants both long hair and fair in color, guys. Watch it out. Girls, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to Suresh. Rest of you don't hear me. Just kidding, guys. So that's it. One more time. Both the requirements are met. Okay, that is the story of Suresh. Let's see. We have another girl. She doesn't have long hair. But she's fair in color. Who wants to marry? Let's see. What do we have? Suresh, what do you say? She doesn't have long hair, but she's fair in. Still yes, bad boy. Okay, let's see what happens here. Well, he's saying no. But if you want this to be true, what do we do?
Or
What do you do, Suresh? This is the story of Suresh. There you go, as simple as that. So as logically or says or is something where either the left-hand side or the right-hand side is true and you're getting it true. Or bad boy Suresh wants a fair girl, guys. Long hair doesn't care. He doesn't care a girl with long hair. Interesting, huh? Cool, okay. Okay, let's see. Let's take the story of another girl. No long hair, not fair. And let's see what Suresh says. Obviously, that's a no. He's saying no. We already know he's a bad boy. Isn't he, guys? No long hair, not fair. So again, false and false. It's logical. Yes, Niharika, short and sweet, it is logical only. Logical and or is what it is. And but let's say long hair. Now take a look at or is also giving us false. But before I go into or, let me come back here. Let's explore a few more. Another girl, no long hair, not fair in color. Okay, we looked at that. Another girl. Let's see, who do we have? Long hair, fair in color. And now take a look at this. Not fair in color, but she has long hair. Let's see what Suresh does. From here. He's still going. He's in love with long hair or fair in color. Any one thing he'll marry. He's catching them. Isn't he, guys? So in other words, again, converting it into a Python perspective, or is either looking for one, true, either the left-hand side or the right-hand side. Okay. But let's say back to batsman, bowler, back to shuttle player, back to Suresh or marriage boy. Is a batsman, is a bowler, is a shuttle player. Okay, so what is happening? And say, come here. He's a super sport. In other words, more precisely, what I'm trying to convey. Again, just I'll make you aware of this one. We'll get familiar later. Say, put this here, put this here. Batsman and bowler, this will evaluate to true. Then, whatever this is, this will be true and this will be true. And then, that is what we are referring as a super sport. If you're a batsman, if you're a bowler, you're also a shuttle player, we're calling that as a super sport is one thing we can infer out of this or try to understand out of this. So this requires this one to be true. This requires this one to be true. Only then it is giving a true. Similarly, this and this is true. Then only you're a super sport. Super sport is a guy who plays multiple sports is one way to think of it. Everybody with me? Niharika, are you catching that? Okay, let's see. Now, story of another girl. Long hair, fair in color. She's also tall. That's not a marriage. That's super marriage is somebody. Okay, so let's see. Back to Suresh. He says, if you have long hair and fair girl and a tall girl also, that's a super marriage. Let's see. Is it super marriage? Well, do you think a girl with a long hair, fair in color, tall will make a super marriage, guys? What do you think? Yes or no? Would you call that a super marriage? Give me some friendly opinions. You're taking time. Okay. Subramanyeshwar. All right, let's see. Take another girl. No long hair, not fair in color. She's not tall. She doesn't have anything, but something is true about her. That is a truly super marriage. So what do you think makes a truly super marriage? Here is a girl, she doesn't have long hair. She's not fair in color. She's not tall, but something about her is true. And the result is that is a truly super marriage. The story of super marriage is long hair, fair color, fair in color, tall girl is a super marriage. But a true super marriage is something which doesn't have any of these three, but something is true. What do you think, guys? What do you think is that? Fill in the blank. Talk to me. Kids, that's not Python. That's life. Just a true. Girls are calm. I see a bunch of girls here. They're not talking. You think so? How about this one, guys? Cool. So now let's go to Thakur. Let's see what Thakur is saying. Suresh was always after the girls who are long, fair, and tall, and things like that. But here comes a girl, let's say, no long hair, no, not fair in color, not tall, but she has a loving heart. And what is Thakur saying? Well, let's see. None of these conditions are satisfied. You either give me a girl who has lengthy hair, fair in color, or tall, or give me any girl with a loving heart, and let's see what happens. He's going for that girl. Thakur, you're a good boy, are you, buddy? Cool. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Story of a few more girls. Another girl, no long hair, not fair in color, not tall, she's not rich, but good heart. Yep. That is everything. Isn't it, guys? There is a point in that. You don't need to be rich, but if you have good heart, everything is invaluable, isn't it? Huh? Another girl, no long hair, not fair, not and what is this one? False true. She's not rich also. She's not rich. I think that was fill in the blank. I was asking, checking the same thing. But let's say, okay, now another girl. She does not have ego. She's no anger, no ego, no anger. Maybe this is a boy also. You don't need to be a girl only. But what is a good heart? No ego and no anger. Okay, so let's see what this means. Ego is false, anger is false. In real world, you need to have less ego and less false, is what it is. So here we are saying not ego and no anger. Let's see, I think I should get an error here. What is the problem here? Well, there is nothing like no, there is something like not. Okay, in other words, let's say, come here, ego and anger, we'll say not ego. So if your ego is false, not ego is true, short and sweet. Then come here, anger is false, not anger. It's like no anger, right guys? So let's say, come here. Paste it. No anger. What is less? Less is a comment. You're just saying, hey, in life have less anger, less ego. That will also be another, that's a shortcut to a super marriage. You don't need to be tall. You don't need to be fair and long. Less ego, less anger, good heart. These are the characteristics of a super marriage, guys. Okay, some lessons from Python is what is. Revati, less is just a comment. Are you catching it? It's just a comment there. I'm just telling Python, hey, don't treat this as code. I'm just putting it just in case somebody else. Okay, less in life. I'm just describing something. Have less ego, anger in life. It's a shortcut to super marriage and a super happiness. Okay, so now what is good heart? No ego and no anger. Python doesn't know to say no, so it is saying not. That's good heart. Somebody with good heart will have less ego. No ego and no anger is also good. Pride is good, but ego is bad. Guys, there's a slight difference between pride and ego. So just some friendly. think to give a thought and things like that. There's a point in what I'm saying. What do you say, guys? Everybody with me? Because do you think if somebody has a good heart, they will also be a good family? Cool. Good heart is everything, guys. Cool. Good family is a true family. A true family will make a true society or a happy society and things like that. Cool. So that is the story. So what is happening? True and true. Notice what is true and true. Well, that will give you a true and requires both of them to be true. If one of them is a false and both the conditions, left hand side and right hand side conditions are not met, will give you false and will give you a false. One of them, false and false, both of them are not the same, but both of them have to be true, otherwise you'll get a false. If both of them are false and false also, we are getting a false. A quick refresh. You may have come across these logical explanations here and there. Is what it is, true or true? Back to Suresh, he's saying either give me a long hair, lengthy hair girl or a tall girl, mom and dad is saying that, and there it is. True or true? True. True or false? This time is getting only one, long hair. This time is getting a tall, fair girl, is going for it, doesn't leave the girls. But this time, here comes Taco, no long hair and no fair in color. He says no. But just for sake of discipline, back to Taco. Here is true. The last true is a good heart, and he gets it. No long hair, no tall falses, not fair in color, but she has a good heart. You get it true. In other words, these two evaluate to be false. Oops, one more time. These two evaluate to be false, and false or true is giving us a true. Something to be kept in mind. Everybody with me? Catching the point, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. So let's see. Okay, 2:51. Let's see. Lavanya earlier came onto online. Let's give a few minutes for one of you guys to come online. Anybody accessing, any one of you who's accessing the cloud, let's give 5 to 10 minutes for you. We'll take a few more scenarios and things like that. We'll try. We'll spend 5 or 10 minutes on your computer. Subbu. Okay, let me find Subbu. Where is he here? I will make you host, buddy. Make sure you close all your other personal windows. Making you host. And you should get a request. Say yes. And once you say yes, you need to share your screen. Did you get it, buddy? Have you shared your screen? I made you the host. Oh, sorry. My thing was on mute if you're talking. Subbu and more. Subbu, are you talking, buddy? I'm not able to hear you. I can't hear you. Let's see. Guys, can anybody else hear Subbu? I don't hear Subbu. Subbu, are you there? Can you hear me? Guys, how about others? Can you hear Subbu? He's on mute and internet is slow. Okay, so why don't you make me back the host? You should click on more and make me the host again. Are you able to do that, Subbu? Okay. I'm still waiting for you, Subbu. You need to make me the host. I should have made you the co-host maybe. Can everybody hear me? Quick yes, please. Okay. Subbu, are you there? Let's see. It's gone. Oh, there you go. Okay. It put me back into the host. Okay, let's see. Who else I got the yes messages from? I thought we'll spend a little bit of time running some exercises. Zoom mute, internet is slow. One more time, can anyone, can anybody else? Vinay, you're able to access. Let me find you. Vinay, let's do more. Let's do make a co-host so that, let's see, make co-host. And am I the host again? Yeah, I'm the host. Vinay, you're the co-host, buddy. You should be able to share your screen. You should get an option, share your screen. Very good. I hear something. Oops, mute again. Okay. Still not hearing anything. Okay, never mind. We'll pass that. Next time, one of you guys be ready for this. I'll try to make you a host, and if you are available and things like that. So remove co-host. Okay, I'm removing the co-host so that it doesn't accidentally and things like that. Okay, back to list. We have seen these things, Nescafe's coffee, and now we are going to go to the next level, which is a little bit of list, and let's see what that means. Where is it? Here we go. Good, Suresh. So let's talk a little bit about lists, guys. We have completed our basics stuff. We'll now get into a little bit of lists and things like that. Lists can be thought of the most general version of a sequence in Python. Okay. So if you recall, every object is like a cup. In Python, what we call is an object at a slightly visualization level. You visualize as if it's a cup. A list is nothing but a group of cups. A group of cups is nothing but a tray. Imagine or visualize we are maintaining a tray with a group of cups. That is what is a list. It is a group of objects is one way to think of it. The object can be anything. It can be a numeric object. It can be textual object. In other words, it's a tray of different cups, a tray in which you can have teacup or a coffee cup. They are mutable, which means once you create a tray, you can change it, meaning the elements inside a list can be changed. Lists are constructed with the brackets and the commas separating every element in the list. So in other words, that is a syntax. We'll see what that means. Arrays in other languages are like lists. So arrays are also like a group of objects, but arrays generally have the same objects. All of them are either numeric objects or all of them are textual objects. Whereas list is a more like a tray or a group of different objects. Group is what it is, guys. As simple as that. Lists in Python tend to be more flexible. They have no fixed size. If you're coming from Java or .NET background, array is something where you need to give the size. You need to tell I need 3 cups, 5 cups, 7 cups, or so on. And you can put only specific cups, teacups or coffee cups, which means either numeric data or textual data. Whereas for a list, you don't need to give a size. You don't need to have any type constraint. You don't have to have the same kind of an object as what is a list, guys. You can also have a list inside the list. Name, age once. Name and age. Okay, I'm coming to that. Niharika, we'll look at more interesting examples in a moment, and we'll try to understand that. So list can also have a list means a tray can also have a tray inside it. A tray can have a teacup, a coffee cup, or a tray also. That is what is called a nested tray or a nested list. Data structures within data structures is what it is. So what is a sequence? Sequence is a succession of values bound by a container, which means we will now see there are lists, tuples, exchange, all these things are nothing but these are sequence objects, which means internally Python, it's a tray which has a few objects. Each object it can return to you in a sequential manner or an order. That is why it is also referred as a sequence. Strings, lists, tuples, and things like that are some examples. So here is a list. It is a container which holds a number of other objects in a given order. Number of other objects means different kinds of objects, as simple as that. And second here, number of other objects in a given order. It maintains the order. The list type implements a sequence protocol. Putting it in simple manner, it is able to give the items or the cups inside it in a sequential order. That's why it's called sequence. If we can add the objects, we can remove the objects, so it is mutable. We can modify it. Yeah, a list is an ordered set of elements enclosed in square brackets. So this is the syntax of a list. This is how we create an empty list. And give me one moment, guys. Sorry about that. So here is a simple definition. This is how we create instruments. Okay, we create an instrument. What? This. Yes, range. Okay, these things will come later. So let's go to another example. Sequences. So back to a little bit of sequences. What is sequence? Sequence, as I explained earlier, it is something where inside Python, which can be accessed in a sequential manner. It's slightly technical level. Sorry about that. How about now? How about now, guys? Suresh, Niharika, is that better? Great, sorry, my phone mode, earphone mode away. So back to sequences, guys. What is sequences? A sequence, again, it's nothing but a data structure. A group of data structures are also referred earlier as a sequence. It is nothing but a group of items, a group of objects, or a group of cups. It's like a tray, where the tray is maintaining a specific order, an order, and we can retrieve the items inside this tray. Is what is a sequence, guys. Huh? These are all the different kinds of objects that we'll be learning. We can refer to them as sequence objects: lists, tuples, dictionaries, and sets. Okay. So what we can do with sequences is we can index them, we can slice them, we can add them, we can modify them, and things like that. In other words, Some of the sequence objects are not modifiable. In other words, there are some kind of trays which you cannot modify, but some trays are modifiable. Length, largest, you can get the largest, the smallest, you can sort them. These are all the different kinds of operations you can do. List is a sequence. It is the most versatile. It is the most dynamic because it is a tray in which you can have different kinds of objects. That's what we'll try to understand. It is generally created with a comma and square brackets. You can maintain homogeneous data. You can also maintain heterogeneous data. Okay, not much about the list there. Okay, so let's get into a little bit of action here. Back to our cloud. And if you guys are also following me, just try to open a new notebook here. Click on the title, just say set here, 01 underscore lists. Just give that name. You can give any name, guys, okay? And let's come back here and see what we have. So take a look at this, guys. Nescafe, type of Nescafe. We'll skip some of these, we've already seen. So here is, we'll start with 1.2. Okay. Nescafe is coffee. This is like a coffee cup. If you recall, coffee is textual data. Textual data, we're affectionately calling it as a coffee cup. Now here is type of Nescafe. If you say type of Nescafe, it will say it's a string. String is textual data. Now here comes a list. My list is 1, 2, 3. If you see what is inside my underscore list, it's a tray of 3 cups. It's a tray of 3 numerical objects. It's a tray of 3 teacups. In other words, say back here. Here's the tray. Visualize cup 1. Just for the space, I'll put the cup 3. Visualize the tray with 3 cups like that. And notice all of them are teacups. All of them are numerical data. Then come here. Now notice Nescafe, Brew, and Sunrise. There are 3 cups here. Notice all of them are textual data. So this time, these are 3 coffee cups. So let's say, here's another tray. Let's say, let's put Nescafe, put Brew, put Sunrise. It's another tray. Okay, so this is second tray which has all of them as coffee cups. And now here comes a tray which has 3 teacups and 3 coffee cups. That's it. So what is special about it? A list object is something which has both teacups and coffee cups is what it is. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, so let's see. Now ABC 3 teacups. What can you do? We are hard coding them. This is called hard coding. And what are we doing? We're creating a tray. We are putting these 3 cups here. In other words, something to be aware of. So I come here, back here. Let's create 3 cups. Let's say cup 1, cup 2, cup 3. Now create a tray. Let's create a tray. When you say ABC, visualize, put the A here, put the B here, put the C here. This is just another way of creating a tray. You can either create the 3 objects like that and put them, add it to the tray, or we can just hard code them here directly. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. This is assignment and initialization is going on in this step is what it is. Sure. Okay, good. Okay, so who are my non-technical guys? Rahul and who else? Can you give me a quick yes? Non-programming guys? Suresh, are you doing okay, buddy? Are you following it? Taku, are you following me? So, okay, this time, Suresh or Taku, see if you're able to share your screen and things like that. And who's this? GP0808465. Your name, please. Just curious, so that I just follow you. Ganesh, okay, Ganesh. So Ganesh, Suresh, or Thakur, see if you're able to share your screen. Just try to get ready. We'll try to do a few of the exercises on your computer as part of our discipline, guys. If you have access to the things and so on, see if you can get ready for that and things like that. So let's dig a little bit deep. A tray. We have Nescafe, brew, cappuccino, and sunrise. So tray with 4 coffee cups. Nescafe brew. See what is inside it. 4 coffee cups. Now, say my list of 0. It's like you're asking it, give me the first cup. In other words, remember, Python follows a 0-based index. If you want the first cup, you don't say 1, you say 0. Short and sweet, it's following a 0-based index. List of 3 is really 4. Gives you the 4th cup, sunrise. Cool, guys? Then let's say, now take a look at this. This is called slicing and dicing. 0:3. We have Nescafe, brew, and sunrise. Nescafe, brew, cappuccino, and sunrise. 4 cups are there, but we only got Nescafe, brew, and cappuccino. So what is happening here? Say, sake of simplicity, come back here, toggle the header. We'll say toggle the toolbar, just save some real estate. And back to Snap. Put this here. So start with 4 cups. Let's say Nescafe. So sunrise will give, Nescafe will give this one. Orange is the sunrise. Blue is the brew. Cappuccino. Okay, what else is there? Let's say, let's give it green for the cappuccino. We have 4 cups, but when you say 0 to 3, say come here. When you say 0 to 3, the mantra is left-hand side index is inclusive. Right-hand side index is exclusive. What it means is, you're asking the tray, give me the first 3 cups here. 0 to 4 means what Python is doing is visualize it is giving you 0, which is the first cup. Then it gives you the second cup. Then it gives you the third cup. And it stops there. Why? Because the last index is exclusive. In other words, the mantra is inclusive versus exclusive. That is what is the mantra. Okay, every time we look at this, what are we doing? Really, what we're doing is we're just getting a part of the tray. It is returning a part of the tray with inclusive and exclusive as the mantra. That is something I will force you to remember. It is it's something I will ask you to force you to remember, guys. Okay, by heart is a slightly more overkill here, but we'll look at multiple examples and hopefully that'll help you. So take a look at this length of Mera Bharat. So come here back to a coffee cup called Mera Bharat is 12. What that means is behind the scenes. Come back here. This here. This here. This here. So there is a cup called Mera Bharat here. It looks like here is Mera Bharat. From outside, it looks like this is a cup which has Mera Bharat inside it. We'll go ahead and say, put it like that. But what is happening? What is length? Length is you're asking this cup, how many cups are there in this? What is Python doing? Visualize something like this. Behind the scenes. What is a coffee cup? A textual data is a coffee cup. And behind it, it is a tray. You have an M here. You have an E here. You have an R here. You have an A here. And so on. So when you ask this pink cup, how many cups are there? It is going back to the tray and saying how many cups are there? Well, there are 12 cups. Each character is a cup inside that one. Why? What does it mean? Well, what is Mera Bharat? Mera Bharat is a coffee cup. It's a textual data. Behind the scenes, it is really a tray of coffee cups for Python. That is why the length is working. That is what the length is doing. To understand that, let's go one step further. Ask a teacup. 100 is a teacup. It's numerical data. It'll give you an error. You can ask a coffee cup, how many cups are there? It'll give you the number of cups, but you cannot ask a teacup. What does that mean? And numerical data is not a tray behind the scenes for Python. Only a textual data is a tray, is like a tray, is acting like a tray behind the scenes. Ganesh, Thakur, Suresh, are you catching that, guys? Okay, so let's see what else we have. Length of 100, again, notice that is textual data. Come here, 100 with quotes is textual data, that is 3. They're saying there are 3 cups. Then come here, length of my list. Back to my list, let's see what we have. I think there was 4 cups. Nescafe, brew, cappuccino, and sunrise. Nescafe, brew, cappuccino. Instead of cappuccino, maybe I should give some other company name. Give me any other name of a coffee guys? Coffee company? Anybody? Any coffee drinkers? Instead of cappuccino, give me any other name. Nescafe, brew, and sunrise are the name of the coffee companies, not the name of the coffee. Taj, not a bad idea. There's Taj coffee. I don't know if there's Taj coffee, but we'll keep that as Taj. Okay, so let's see. So now what we do, length of my list is 4, as simple as there are 4 cups there. Now come back here, take a look at this. What are we doing? How it is calculated. So one more time. Suresh, what is happening here, buddy? This is textual data is coffee cup. A coffee cup behind the scenes for Python is a tray of coffee cups. It looks like a single coffee cup. It looks like a single object, but behind the scenes, it's a group of objects. It's a sequence object, which means it's a group of objects. That is something I want you to manually remember. Catching it, Suresh? Is that you? Yeah, that is Suresh. Mera Bharat length is 12. How is that? Mera Bharat length? There are 12 characters here, buddy. 1, 2, 3, 4, space is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Catching it. Each character or each alphabet is going into a separate cup behind the scenes. Good. Okay, let's see what we have. Tray, 3 teacups, 2 coffee cups, Mera Bharat. Another tray. See what is happening. Length of it, there should be 5, pretty straightforward. Cool. As simple as that. Okay. So now we'll increase the complexity, guys. Let's say, give me one moment here. Close here. So indexing, long list, insert, extend. Then we're going to numpys. So let's say Nescafe, Taj, cover this back here. Back to resume. So let's play around a little bit, guys. Here is number list. There are, looks like there are 7 cups here, and one moment again. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So this is a tray of 7 cups. All of them are numerical data. We'll call them as 7 teacups. See what is inside it? Here is number underscore list. Notice there are 7 teacups. Cool. So let's see. One more time. You say 0 is giving you the first cup. What does that mean? Remember, Python is a 0-based index, something I want you to manually remember. Cool. Say 2. 2 is really 3 for Python. It's going to give you the third cup, which is going to be 2. It's actually giving us the third cup. 2 is 3. So this is following 0-based index, whereas we are following 1-based index. One more time. Now take a look at this, guys. Number list of -1. That is giving you 6. What is -1, guys? 6 is the last item. Now here is another mantra which is coming in, increasing the complexity. When you say minus, you're telling Python, don't go from left-hand side to right-hand side, but go from right-hand side to left-hand side. By default, what Python is doing is it goes from left-hand side to right-hand side. Say, choose this one. Goes from left-hand side to right-hand side. But the moment you say -1, it is going from the reverse, which is right-hand side to left-hand side. And now another mantra. What is 1? 1 is not really 2. 1 is really, it is giving this cup. What is the mantra? The mantra is when it goes in a reverse direction, it follows a 1-based index. It is a 1-based index. It is not following a 0-based index. When it is going forward, it is following a 0-based index. Whereas when it is going reverse, it is following a zero-based, one-based index. Suresh, are you catching that, buddy? Suresh, who else? Ganesh, and who's my other man? Who's my other guy? Thakur. Okay. And let's see. So that's what it is. So let's dig a little bit deep into it. One more time. Number list of -2, which means you're telling it go reverse. Say come here. Say go reverse. And notice it's giving you the second from the reverse. The second from the reverse is 5. Why? Because it is following one based index. Cool. Next, come here, long list 10 teacups. A tray with 10 teacups. And let's see what we have here. Long list 5 colon. Now take a look at this. Increasing the complexity. This is slicing and dicing. So now we're getting everything from 6 to 10. So let's say back here. Okay, back to the tray. Each one is 1 cup. So we'll put the first cup here. We'll put the third cup here. 5th, 7th, 9th. So what is happening is 5 means 6. 6 means here. Starting from 6. 5 is inclusive. Okay. And nothing is given on the right-hand side means till the end. From here till the end. Copy this one. Visualize as if it is copying this one. Pasting it here. Thakur, are you catching it, buddy? Cool, guys. So what is that one? That is, so here again, one more time, the mantra is left-hand side is indexive, is inclusive. Left-hand side index is inclusive. Right-hand side index, we have nothing. So it is going till the end is what is going on. Okay. So let's say now the reverse. Long list. So what is happening? One more time. Left-hand side index, nothing is there. So starting from the beginning, right-hand side index is 5. 5 means up to 6. 6 means till 5. So which means it's a reverse of what happened here, which is, let's say, choose this one. Starting from the beginning, it goes up to 6, which is 5. Copy this one. If you put it here, we have 1 till 5 ending up here. And notice that one. So the right-hand side index is exclusive. One more time, left-hand side index is inclusive. If you don't have anything in the left-hand side, what is special about it? Well, that means you're starting from the beginning. Similarly, if you don't have anything on the right-hand side, if you don't give any index, you're going till the end. Okay, what is this one? To write a program, what we are doing, it looks like what we're doing in one word here, in the world of Java and .NET, what will we do, guys? We will probably take 2 or 3 weeks or maybe 1 month of object-oriented programming classes, lessons, the theoretical part. Then you will probably learn how to write a class, how to write public static void main, how to write a for loop and things like that. And you'll probably write maybe 10 lines of code. What we're doing in one word here, what it looks like, it's like 1 word or maybe 1 line or 1 sentence. Here in Python, will take maybe 5 to 10 lines or maybe 10 to 15 lines after 1 month of taking the classes in Java. What are we doing? That is what we are doing in Python on the first day. What is it? That's why they say Python is simple. Python is also a little complex. Okay, but it is not as complex as Java and .NET. Compared to Java and .NET, we write much lesser code. It is much simpler. Are you catching the point, guys? Quick yes, please. Thakur, Suresh. Okay, that is one way to think of it, guys. We don't need to over-exaggerate or overkill it. We will see the power of it in the coming days and things like that. Okay, so let's see 2 to 9. Long list. Okay. So anybody else ready, guys? Anybody else? Can you come on for a few minutes? We'll take maybe 5 to 10 minutes of your time. Try to run a few of them at your end. Any of you ready? Who can share the screen? Pardon me. How about Lavanya? Are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Back to Lavanya.
Can I share the screen?
Let's see. You guys should be ready to execute some of things. So it'll be helpful for you. It'll also be a little bit of interesting for others to see the fellows being able to run and things like that. Let's see, is Lavanya there? How about Suresh? How about Ganesh? How about Navya, Revati? Any of you have access to this so that you can quickly run this one? Oh.
Are you able to see my screen?
Just type in the chat window, guys. Thakur. Okay, let's try Thakur. And let's see where is. Here is Thakur. Let's make him the co-host. Okay, Thakur, you should get a request, buddy. Just unmute. You should unmute if you are able to speak. Not seeing anything. Thakur, have you seen the message, buddy? It should say, you've made a host, you should say yes. Not getting anything, really. Try make. No, I've already made you, buddy. Made you the co-host.
Hello. Now can you? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Thakur, you're audible, buddy. Okay. Close your personal windows and share screen. Have you seen the share screen message?
Hello.
Yeah. Rahul, can you hear me? Oh, sorry, Thakur, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, no.
Have you done the share screen?
Yeah, I'm already sharing the screen.
How come I'm still seeing my screen, buddy? I'm not seeing your screen.
1 minute. Share screen. Can
You did share screen? Huh?
now?
Looks like something is coming up. Let's give it a moment.
It's showing me I'm sharing the screen.
View and options. Let me stop my screen. It says stop. Oh, there you go. Now I see. I think I need to stop my screen. Okay. So now what I'll do, buddy, I'll send you a little bit of code like how I did for Lavanya. Thank you. And let me start with this one. Okay, come here. So first execute this one, Thakur. I'm just going to put it in chat window. Select everyone here. Okay, select that, put it in the window.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of object is it, Thakur?
What?
What kind of object is it?
Long list. Okay. A type of tray containing numbers, integers.
That's it. It's just a list object.
Yeah.
Somebody talking behind you?
Yeah, there is a lot of disturbance. That's
Are you at home or at your work?
home.
Oh, okay. Okay, try this one. and explain what is happening here, Thakur.
Yeah. In list, I have given 2 to 9.
Mhm.
2 to 9 like coffees. And it started from 3. 0, 1, 2.
Mm.
That's why 2 means 3. 9 means till 8.
Mm.
That's
So
it.
what are the mantras here?
Mantras?
Mm.
Okay.
What is 2? 2 is 3 for Python. Remember, that is the first mantra. In other words, Python is following zero-based index. And the left-hand side index, which is 2, is inclusive.
Yeah.
Catching it, Thakur.
Yeah. Yeah, Naveen.
You are the boy who wanted the girl with the good heart, right? You don't want a long, lengthy hair, a tall girl, or a fair girl, but you want a girl with a good heart. You're a good boy, aren't you? Just kidding, buddy.
Thank you.
Good. So, what is the mantra of 9?
Oh, 2 means inclusive, starting from 0. 9 till 9, total number 10.
Okay. So, in other words, 2 means start from third cup. That is what is 3. 3 is the third cup. Catching it, Thakur.
Yes, Naveen.
9 means 10, but 10 means 10th cup, but 10th cup is exclusive, so it is stopping at 9th cup, which is 9. So it's like you're asking this tray, give me the cups from 3 to 9.
Okay.
It looks like it is 3 to 10. In Python, to Python you tell 2 to 9 is like, if you say 2 to 9, it's like you're saying 3 to 10. For humans, it is 3 to 10. For Python, it is 2 to 9.
Okay. Understood.
Okay, let's see what Suresh is doing. So Suresh says, try out what Suresh is doing.
Can you try this? Okay.
Put it in the next window, buddy. Put it in the next cell.
Okay.
I'm getting an empty box.
Cool. That's a deep one. That's a tough one. Do you think you'll be able to explain that? Give it a try.
-1 means starting from 10, from right hand side.
Very good. Okay.
4
What's happening
till 4.
till 4. 4 means it's a tough one. Okay.
4.
So let's simplify this. Copy that whole line in the next line. Just put
Okay.
-1.
-1. Where?
Remove the colon 4 and leave only -1. Remove the colon.
Okay.
Remove the colon, buddy.
Colon.
Colon. Now put the bracket. Now try. So what is it doing?
Showing from right hand side, starting from right.
In other words, it is giving you the last.
Last number.
Now try in the next line only with the 4 index. So what is it doing?
Showing 5.
Means
Showing 5, but 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
0 to 4.
more precisely, it is giving you the 5th cup. 4 means it's giving you 5th cup. Right? 4, what is 4?
Oh, only 5th cup.
Yeah. Okay, so -1:4 actually is not working is one thing, or it's giving us empty tray.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. Before we understand that one, let's try. I'm going to send you another one. Try this one. Can you take a guess what is happening, buddy? That's a tough one.
1, 4, 7, 8.
It is splitting.
Guys, others, please try to help our folks, our Thakur. Any of you? If you're getting some thoughts, try to help him. Cool. So in other words, double colon 3 means give me every third cup.
Okay.
Catching it, Thakur.
Yeah, Naveen.
Picks up 1, 2 and 3 is the second
Okay.
third cup. It leaves it. So think of it as 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's picking up every 1, 1, 1, 1, wherever it has 1, 1, 1, 1. Why? Because you said double colon 3. Double colon 3, read it as every third cup.
Okay. I got it now.
Good. Cool. And now try this one more time. And give me one moment here.
अरे जरा खाना थोड़ा सा टिक्की डाले ले
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tell me what is happening here, guys.
First, I told to print the list of 10 cups. Again, print the cups from 3 means fourth cup till 8 minus 2 means 8.
Good one. From fourth cup, from inclusive to 8 cup of exclusive. Good one there. Long list it prints, and for 3 starts with fourth cup, ends with 8 cup. Very good. Having minus 2. Okay. So 3 means start from 4th cup, which is 4. Then
Yeah.
-2 means up to the last second cup. Are you catching it, Thakur?
Yes,
The
Naveen.
last second cup is 8.
Yes.
Good. Let's see. Let's make a little bit more progress. I'll see what we have. So let's see. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. But still, for sake of discipline, I'll give you a slightly easy one here. Say, come here. Can we try -4:1? Try that, buddy. Try what Satish is saying.
Yeah.
It is similar to what our Suresh was earlier. Oh, acha, -4, -1. Okay, explain, buddy. See if you're able to explain.
Okay. -4 means last to 4, last to 4th, showing from 7 till -1, 9.
Very good. You made it very simple. -4 means start from last 4 till last one. Last one is 10. So -1, 10 has become exclusive. Left. Very good. Let's see. Okay. How about is this one? Tell
Empty
me.
list.
School list. Let's see this one. So what is special here, buddy?
Empty list.
So what does empty list mean? Empty list means a tray with 0 cups or an empty tray. Catching it up.
Yes, yes, Naveen.
Right? Copy this one.
Showing 0.
No. I sent you integer list, right? You copy.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Naveen.
Okay. So integer list, okay. Okay, we'll try that, Ganesh. Hold on. All the options are not done. After they're done, we'll give it to you. Let's say try this one. After this, try this one.
Range.
Okay. Now, a tough question, Thakur. To understand this step, I'm going to give you another one. Try this one. Okay. So what do you think is range doing? Or what do you think is happening in this step? Tough question, right?
1 minute.
That's a friendly question. You don't have to feel bad.
No.
If you're not able to answer that. Okay. Actually, it is not fair, but for me to ask you like that. So I'll explain. What range is doing is range function behind the scenes. It's a built-in function. But what it is doing is it is not printing the tray. Why we'll try to understand in the coming days more, slightly more advanced concepts and things like that. But when you give the range to a list object, to a list function, it is printing a tray of 10 cups, is what is happening here from a syntax point of view. Are you catching the point, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Range of 10. So range of 10 means it is starting from 0, and notice the 10 is exclusive. Again, the exclusive mantra is coming into picture. So it is creating a tray of 10 cups starting with 0 is what is going on. Let's say it is printing the boundaries. It is between the range numbers. Okay, good answers. Reasonable answers there. But let's see now, take a look at this, guys. To make that understand, we will, Thakur, I'm going to stress you a little bit, buddy. Sorry about that. Let's see, copy that one. Execute that one. Let's see. Thakur, are you there? Power. Oh. Okay. Achha. Okay. All right. Yep. Looks like something went wrong. It isn't. Let me share my screen. Okay, guys. Let's say bring up mine here. Here's Nescafe. Okay. So now take a look at this, guys. If you just say Nescafe, this is a textual data or coffee cup object. But behind the scenes, if we say list of Nescafe, notice it created a tray. We have already discussed and said, when you just say Nescafe behind the scenes, it's a tray. So behind the scenes, this is how it is acting like a tray is what I have earlier said. And now when I actually give it to a list function, notice it is actually printing like a tray. What is this on a single coffee cup? It converted it into a tray of coffee cups. Catching the point, guys. Everybody with me. Quick yes, please. Okay. Okay, so that is what is happening. Again, something to be familiar, something to be aware of, how Python is acting and things like that. Okay, so take a look at this tray. There are 6 teacups in this tray. All of them are numeric data. Insert. And what is insert doing, guys? Let's see. Jyotsna, Praharsha, can you hear me? Okay. So notice what is insert doing is inserting at the first position. So there were 6 teacups at the first position. It has inserted, as simple as that. That is what is insert. As the name suggests, it is inserting. Okay, then say we will append brew. Now notice what is append. Append is inserting at the end. Insert is inserting at the position where you want. Whereas for append, it is only doing one thing, which is it is putting at the end. It is not putting at the beginning. Okay, guys. So let's say, just for sake of discipline, bring this up. Put this here. Put this here. Start with this one. Originally, I think I need to. There you go. This up. Okay. Originally, we had a tray. 6 cups. We'll put 0. First one, third one, that one. And then what did we do? Let's scroll down. Then when we did an insert, okay, or more precisely, okay, let's continue this. So here, insert, it ended up adding up this one. And here is the first one, third one, and that one. So insert, we have given the position. Now append, we don't give any position. Let's choose this one. Put this here. So back to, here is Nescafe. Append is directly going ahead and putting it there. And in the middle, we have first one, third one, and let's say that is what we have. That is what is going on. So append means by default, add at the end. Append. That is what it is, guys. All right. Let's say append sunrise again. Let's try this one. Append sunrise. So notice again, append is putting after brew, the sunrise is coming up. Cool, guys. So print tray. Now here is a small tray. So let's say we'll print tray. We'll go back to the tray one more time just for the sake of discipline. Say print Nescafe till sunrise, 3 coffee cups and 6 teacups. Now here is a small tray with 3 teacups again. 6, 7, 8. What are we doing? We say extend. Notice when we say extend, here is what is happening. Let's say scroll down here, down here. Here. This. Start with this one. So we started with our original tray. Nescafe is here. We'll put the sunrise here and brew here. when you take a small tray, let's take, this is a small tray, 3 cups, 1, 2, and 3. When you say extend, visualize something like this is happening. Let's choose this one. Put this one here. From here, you visualize it is copying, pasting it here. Repeat the same process. We'll put copy, paste it here, copy, paste it here. And now what you do is you visualize as if it is copying and pasting it here. 6, leave the 7, up to 8. What is it? That is what extend is doing. Catching the point, guys. Quickest, please. Okay. Next, let's say, to understand that one more time, come back to the function called range. If you just say range, it doesn't really help us a lot. It just gives you range of 0 to 4, but give it to a list. Notice it gives you, can we take that? Oh, okay. Okay, guys. Everybody, is it okay? 10-minute break. Everybody okay with that? Okay. So it's 3:50. Let's take a break till 4, guys. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Okay, guys, I'm back. Can you give me a quick yes if you're back, guys? Great. Thank you, Revati. And so let's get back, guys. So list of range of 4, gives us just a range object is what we'll say for now. Whereas when you give it to a list function, notice it is giving us a tray. 4 cups in the tray. So now what we'll do, one more time, back to the tray, original tray. This is what we extended. We extended 6, 7, and 8. But now what we'll do, we'll extend and give it range of 4. Notice what happens. So, okay, when you say extend, let's say one more time back here. Start with 4 cups here. And then we had a bunch of cups here. The last 3 were 6, 7, and 8. Then what we are doing is, we have created, when we say extend and when you give a range, notice actually produce this tray. So it is like this tray was from here to here. And it now takes this one. And I think from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So if you visualize, it's putting these 2 trays here. So in other words, one way to kind of visualize for the sake of simplicity is, let's say the blue tray has blue cups from here till here. So when you bring the blue tray, all the blue cups are here. And then when you bring the pink tray, which is a small tray, it's taking this one from here to here, it's extending. It's actually producing the list object. And now you visualize, it's deleting this one. It's deleting this one, and that's what is remaining. In a slightly simplistic way or in a slightly friendly way, visualize something like this has happened. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, we're not done. I'm not done with this. I'm going to explain the next step, but that is the first step which is happening. So let's go back to original tray. We'll make it small tray. We'll put 6 cups in the tray. So here is 6 cups in the tray. Then notice tray.append. We are using append and not extend, and we'll say range of 4. Now notice what happens. The first thing is, okay, let's say back here. Put this here. So here is the tray with 6 cups, let's say starting from 0 to 5. The range we know is actually a tray. But what append has done is it has not generated the tray. It has just kept a range object. And what is append doing is append, let's say come here, this here. The first thing it has done is it has taken this tray and puts it here. From here to here. So from here to here, all these things are coming up here. And then what is range object is now, it is like a visualize, it's acting like a cup. It's an object which is acting like a cup. That cup is getting added here. And then what you do? You get rid of this one. In other words, there is a subtle difference between an extend and append. Append is always adding to the end is 1 point. I'm trying to convey. The second thing is when you say append range of 4, what is happening? It is not generating the list. Behind the scenes, there's another concept called generators, decorators, and things like that. Those are slightly advanced concepts I'll explain later. But here, I'm just trying to make you understand what is the subtle difference between the append and the extend. A touch of a difference. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. Then let's say tray. So one more time. Now take a look at this. We're going to say tray.append. And this time we'll say list of range. Okay, let's see what happens now. Tray.append and list of range. So there it is. Which means, let's say come back here. The tray is here. When we say append list of range, what happened is, let's choose this one. List of range internally is generating 0 to 4. Here, this is a new list. So now you visualize it is taking this one. And what did we do? We have then append. Append means it will take this tray. It is putting at the end, which means, okay, let's choose another one. Choose this one. New tray. So first put this one. If you put this one, visualize the first one is first element. The last element is this one, which is range object. And then take this one. Put this here. And when you put this here, visualize these are coming from here to here. Now what it is doing is, it's actually deleting this one. It keeps this tray as it is. What is the tray? The tray is that one. In other words, okay, so to make you understand this one now, take a look at this. We'll take this one more time, paste it here. Instead of append, we'll say extend. One more time, we're repeating extend here for the same range. And notice what happens. Notice extend. So come here. So when you do an extend, okay, so I'll try to visualize it here. When you do an extend, here is a list of range which has 0 to 4, which is 3. So now what extend is doing is, it is not putting the tray here. What it is doing is visualize. I'm doing a cut and a paste, but you visualize it is copying and pasting it from here to here. So if you go back here, notice the individual cups are there, but the tray is not there. Extend has generated that one. Okay, and it is taking the individual cups and copying and pasting it here. Whereas append, it is taking the whole tray, and just pasting that whole tray as one object here. A subtle difference is happening. Catching the point, guys. Quick yes, please. How to delete the small tray. You can null it, you can none it, you can remove it, is what it is, Niharika. But have you understood this point, guys? Quick yes, please. The difference between append and extend. Cool. Okay. So one more time before I take up her question, here is a big tray. Just to make you understand, here is a small tray. Big tray and a small tray. 6 cups in the top, 3 cups below. If we do append, notice it is taking the tray. It takes the complete tray, puts it at the end. Whereas, one more time, big tray, small tray, do an extend rather than an append. Notice 6, 7, 8. The cups are being taken individually and then they're getting added individually. That is one more time, a proof of what it is, guys. So notice 6 tea cups, 3 coffee cups. If you say extend, if you say extend, the 3 coffee cups are individually being pasted here, put into this tray. Let's see if I'm also doing an append. Say tray 2, say append. Put this here and this here. The tray is being put as it is. The coffee tray is being put as it is, not the cups. Cool, guys? Okay. So let's say that is numpys. And we come back here. Before I get numpy, here's the type, here's the function. So let me here's the functions. Let's copy this one. Ravi's house. Print hello, print favorite, Sanjay, Kathyan, Nescafe, print hello. So cut this one. Paste this one. Save this one. Space, plot, Plots and subtitles. So let's see. Almost done here. It's just rearranging some of the concepts here. Let's say important. Copy this one, subplotting. Success main title. Colors, languages, line types. Next time. Access to print. Set. It's okay. So, okay, resuming it again. Resuming. Let's say Nescafe. There's a story of the marriage. Here's a story of the list. We are not yet done with the list, but let's compare. Okay, so now I'm going to take you to a slightly different topic, which is import. Okay, so increasing the complexity a little bit, guys. I'm going to use a package called Matplotlib, which is a package for visualization. A package, you can think, is a group of functions. And a package can have a group of functions. A package can also have a modules or submodules. Modules or submodules are also nothing but logically arranged functions. So that's a slightly tough one for today. But what we'll do, Matplotlib is a package for visualization as a mantra, is something I want you to remember manually. You don't have to by heart. We'll be looking at it almost every day. And here is PyPlot. PyPlot is a module or inside it as PLT. So in other words, let's say import. Okay, copy this one. Here is import. Space. I think you need a little bit of numpys. This one before I introduce you to this one. Here's the functions. If I start with numpy, it's going to be little. Okay, let's start with numpy, guys. Let me come here. Port numpy. Shadowing. This is +2. Okay, to here. Let's take it from here. This here. Here we go. Yeah, I'll be sharing this one, guys. This whole file, all the files that I'll be showing, I'll be sharing with you, so you don't have to worry about that. And let's see where we are. So let's see lists. We have looked at it. Now here comes NumPy, the big one. Another rockstar in Python and things like that, guys. Okay. So what is NumPy? NumPy is an extension. Extension means it's a package. And let's see. Put this here. It's an extension. It's a package in the Python programming language. It adds support for large multi-dimensional arrays and matrices. So what are arrays? What are matrices is what we need to understand. If you take a list is something there which can have teacups. You can have as many teacups as possible. You can have as many coffee cups as possible. You can have teacups and coffee cups. But imagine you need, let's choose this one. Let's choose this one. You need another tray, which is going to force you to have either teacups or coffee cups. What is that? That is an array. An array is something where you can have similar kinds of objects. They can be numerical data, they can be textual data. I'm increasing the complexity today a little bit, guys. Just bear with me. We'll try to simplify. A list is saying, hey, you can put teacups and coffee cups, numerical data or textual data. Whereas here, we're saying this is a tray or an object, which is saying, hey, you can have only one type of objects. And what is a matrix? Imagine here is one tray which accepts only T trays. Let's say we'll take another tray. Let's say for the sake of simplicity, this is also accepting only T tray. The two yellow trays are same kind of trays. They're accepting only 2 trays. Now what you do, we will now, let's go back here, or let's choose this one. Take these 2 trays and put inside another tray. So what is this one? The blue tray is a tray of 2 similar trays. What is that? That's a matrix. A tray of similar trays. A tray in which you can have similar trays. All of the trays can be tea trays, or all of the trays can be coffee trays. Let's give coffee, let's say, we'll give this one. And let's say we call this coffee tray. This is coffee tray. The blue tray can have all of them as coffee trays, or all of them as tea trays, is one way to think of it. List of range, but unable to print the list as, instead getting an error as list is not callable. List of range of 10 to print the list. I'm not getting it. Let's come here. Let's see. Looks like Lavanya is trying something. Shift enter. Where are you getting this error? Are you getting this on the cloud, Jupyter? Shouldn't really matter, but instead getting the errors, list is not callable. List is built in, you don't even need to import anything.
It's giving the error as list object is not callable.
Okay, so while Lavanya is getting back to us, so that is the story of the arrays and matrices. List is a tray in which you can have teacups or coffee cups, teacups and coffee cups. Whereas an array is a tray where you can have only teacups or coffee cups. You cannot have teacups and coffee cups. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. And that's what we'll try to understand. So what is a matrix? A matrix is a tray in which you can have either tea trays or coffee trays. Catching it, guys. One more time, quick yes, please. Okay, so if you didn't get it, NumPy is an extension. Extension is also nothing but a package. It is a large library of very advanced functions, mathematical functions, and high-level functions, which we'll try to understand. And it uses arrays to perform array-like operations. NumPy is the fundamental library needed for scientific computing in Python, or in other words, that is one of the library which is needed for scientific computing. It contains n-dimensional array objects, array slicing, array shaping, reshaping. These are some advanced operations that we will see. NumPy is heavily used in linear algebra, or in other words, it heavily contains the functions related to linear algebra, Fourier transform, random number capabilities. These are some of the things which are these are some of the functions which are used by the machine learning, the deep learning algorithms, the computer vision techniques. All these guys are using techniques of the linear algebras behind the scenes. All these are built into NumPy, or all these are used in NumPy, and they are using them. We directly don't use them, but we use them at a slightly high level. But we'll try to understand what they are, guys, okay? Tray of range of 3. So let's say, back to Suresh, tray of range of, let's say, 3. There you go. So which means tray, you did not create an object called tray. Okay, so what you do, you say, come back here, you say, let's say tray equals to create a list object. Let's put one Nescafe, comma, put brew, put sunrise. Okay, then you say it is tray. So there's a tray with 3 coffee cups. Now you say tray, range of 3. That you're saying tray instead of list. That is obvious. Yeah. You shouldn't say tray. If you want to add it to this tray, you say either append or extend. If you say extend, it will add the individual cups. One more time. So here is tray. If you say append, it will put the complete object. Suresh. Okay, buddy? That's what we just looked at. Okay. So again, so that is NumPy, and let's see where we are. Okay. So NumPy's main object is ND array. ND array means n-dimensional array. N-dimensional array is like a matrix. A matrix is a tray of trays, is what you can think of. So NumPy, this is a table of elements, all of the same type. They're all either teacups or coffee cups, indexed by a tuple of positive integers. Again, it follows a zero-based index. It has something called dimensions and rank. Dimensions is the axis, rank is the number of the axis, and let's see what that means. So 9, 1, minus 1, it's like a tray. Visualize a tray with 3 cups, an array of rank 1. That is a matrix of 1 row and 3 columns. Okay, so in other words, this is 1 row and 3 columns. First column, second column, and the third column is what it is. So an array of rank 1, matrix with 1 row. So the number of rows, or more precisely, let's say here are 3 cups, 2 and 3. And now you visualize a tray. It's a tray of 3 cups. A tray, when I say a tray, that is what rank is. It's a slightly tough one, advanced one to understand probably, guys. Okay. Next, come here. This one is an array of rank 2. Means, let's choose this one. Visualize a tray. 3 cups, 1, 2, 3. Visualize another tray. 1.9, 7.4, 1.9. So this one is this tray. And here is this tray. Now what you're doing is, visualize, you take these 2 trays and you put them into a tray. What will we do? We will call them, this is a tray of trays, that is rank 2. A tray of trays, that is double dimensional, is what it is. Trays, Nescafe, Brew, and Sunrise. That is in the earlier example. Whereas here, we have a tray of 3 teacups, a tray of 3 teacups. This is referred as a tray of trays. That is what is rank of 2. It's a tray of trays. If we decide, imagine, if we try to put another tray, you take the green tray, you put it in another big tray. What is this? This is a tray of trays. That is 3. The rank will be 3 in such case. That is what is rank. We'll try to understand the practical use of it, or practical advantage of understanding that one. But that is what is happening here. Everybody with me? Because Suresh, are you with me? Okay, so let's move to the next one. So take a look at this, guys. What we have here is, visualize a tray. Okay. So this is a tray. Few cups are there. On the top, that is a 1-based index. That is for humans, we follow 1-based index. We don't follow 0-based index. So how many? 1, 2, 3. Close to 10 cups are there in this tray. Now what is happening is, oops, here is a tray of teacups, 10 teacups, and here is a tray of coffee cups, textually. What is this one? This is an individual object or a cup. What can we do? We can add the trays. In other words, take a look at this. Let's say, put this here. Okay, so visualize the first tray. And let's say here is the second tray. First cup, third cup, fifth cup we'll put here. Back here, we'll put first cup, third cup, fifth cup we'll put here. Now what we're doing is, we'll choose this one. We're performing an addition operation. When you perform an addition operation, visualize something like this is going to happen. What NumPy is going to do, or what these arrays are going to do, is it is going to take the 50, it is going to add it to 100. That will become 50 plus 100 will become 150. Okay, so this is getting added to this one, that will become 150. 34 plus 2 will become 6, that will become 6. Next one is 111 plus that one, whatever that one is going to get added to this one, and it will continue. It will add the 10th cup to the 10th cup. In other words, if you go back to the school, this is what we referred as element by element wise operation. These are also called as matrix-like operation. These are called vectorized arithmetics. What is it? That is what is special about the arrays. Arrays perform vectorized operations is what it is. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. What is special about them is you can also perform multiplication, division, or you can also perform other kinds of arithmetic operations is what it is. What is that? That is NumPy. It is nothing but a library. It's a math library. It has a lot of mathematical functions, linear algebra, complex mathematical functions. It gives us arrays. They say Python does not have arrays. If you want arrays, what is an array? It's a tray which is forcing you to put all of them as teacups or coffee cups. It has list, but not arrays. What do? We use NumPy. It is especially useful in a scientific computing world. All these mathematical functions and formulas, scientific functions are already available in this one, guys. Okay, all these functions are, many of the functions are sophisticated. They're originally from C, C++, and Fortran, which have been written here. It provides a lot of functions in linear algebra, Fourier transform, random number generation, n-dimensional arrays. So later, actually, the n-dimensional arrays mostly come in the world of machine learning and deep learning, guys. Okay, that's where they use a lot of NumPy. And homogeneous. Homogeneous means same type. By default, Python is giving us list which is heterogeneous, whereas this is homogeneous. One of the main advantages is NumPys are fast. Their speed is important. The speed is very important, especially in the analytical world. When you're dealing with big data and things like that, very, very small things can end up being very, very time consuming. The mathematical operations, that's where NumPy comes to our rescue. Nested loops or list comprehension. So there is a special kind of a syntax, which we'll see in the coming updates, which is loops inside loops, which is nothing but list comprehensions. It's like a one-line code or a one-line syntax is what it is, guys. Okay. It also allows us array-oriented programming, which is what we'll try to understand, guys. Okay. So before we go that far, let's say come here. Take a look at this. Here is a list, which is a simple list, a tray of 5 teacups here. That is list. This is NumPys, right? So, okay, what we'll do, say view, that is list. We'll say file, new. We'll say score 02 score. Let's start a new one. Here is a list object. Shift enter. 5 teacups in a tray. Now notice what we do. We're adding a list plus 2. Notice we're getting an error. In other words, say toggle the header, scroll up. This here. Start with this. Take 5 cups. 1, we'll put a 3, we'll put a 5. And here is a simple cup, which is a 2. What we're doing is performing a plus. It's like you're trying to add this cup inside the tray. What's happening is Python is giving you an error. Okay, so now what we'll do, we will say numpy.array. What we're doing is we're going to take a list, which is a tray of different cups, and tell it, convert it into a tray of similar cups. And notice what will happen. Increasing the complexity, guys. Will give you an error. It says NumPy is not defined. So what we'll do is we'll say import NumPy. When you say import NumPy, what is NumPy? In a slightly friendly way. Imagine NumPy is like a toolbox. Imagine you're a carpenter. Carpenter has a toolbox. What do? Let's say there's a hammer and a screwdriver. What's a hammer and a screwdriver? They are the functions inside the toolbox. But if you want to use a hammer and a screwdriver, you need to open the toolbox. When you say import, you are opening the toolbox. What is the toolbox? Toolbox is NumPy. Then what do? Now you will be able to access an array. Okay, so if you see what is inside it, notice it's an array. It doesn't say it's a list object. It looks like a list object, but notice it is wrapped around with array, which means this is a tray which will accept only teacups. It will not accept coffee cups. And so now take a look at this. What is the advantage of it? If you take this tray, you add a 2, here is what is happening. In other words, let's say, when we took a tray, which is a list. We tried to add a cup. The Python was giving us an error. So what we'll do, we'll come back here, start with this one. We'll take a tray. This is an array. So here's the first one, here's the third one, here's the fifth one. Then let's come to the cup. And what are we doing? We're saying add this cup to the tray. So what is special about this? This is an array. What it is doing is it's creating a new tray. And what it does is it takes the first cup here, which is 0, add it to this one. What is that? 0 plus 2 is 0 plus 2 is 2. And what does it do? 1 plus 2 is becoming 3. When you take 2 plus 2, what is this? It is performing element by element wise operation. When there are unequal number of elements, what is happening? It is adding every element to this simple element. This element, this here. Next, 3 plus 2 is 5. Next, 4 plus 2 is becoming 6. This is referred as element by element wise operation. There are principles of linear algebra and things like that behind it, but this is called element by element wise operation or matrix like operations back in school. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Gentlemen, ladies, are you catching the point? Quick yes, please. So lists do not support element by element wise operations. Arrays support element by element wise operations. Is the catch here. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Come here, back here. Okay, import numpy as np. In other words, so one more time, take this, paste it here. Notice this one. We'll say np.array of list. Notice what happens. It gives you an error. It says, what is np? Earlier, we have used numpy, but we have not used np. What is np? Well, take a look at this. We will say import numpy. Sometimes the package names are very large. So what you can do is you can give a friendly name np, an alias or a friendly name. So now, let's say scroll down. Numpy as np. And then what you do, you say create a node. So now np is actually numpy. It does not give you an error. And if you look at what is inside the array 1D, it's a tray of 5 cups. I have named it as array 1D because it's a single tray. It is a one-dimensional tray. At a mathematical level, it is one dimension is what it is. You can also, let's say, instead of Rusha, let's say Priya, Usha, Priyusha, copy this, paste it here. And then say, one more time, Priyusha, this Priyusha.array. So what is Priyusha? Priyusha is actually numpy. Generally, traditionally, or what the Python developers do is they take the first letter from here, as a shortcut, as an abbreviated form of referring to that package. They will use that. We shouldn't use our personal names, even though that will work in real world. That will not be treated as professional, guys. So something to be aware of. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Catching it, guys? Everybody with me? Okay. So now take a look at this. Here is type. If you say type, it says, hey, this is a list object. Our underscore list we created is a list object. You ask what is array, and notice it gives you array underscore 1. It's a ND array of numpy. It's a ND array. ND array means n-dimensional, multi-dimensional. It's an array, is what it is behind the scenes. So type is nothing but a built-in function, which is giving us the type of an object. We've already seen, you try to add list plus 2. Notice a list will not work. What do you do? That's where an array comes to a rescue. Cool. So here is an array, no problem. And you can multiply it. You can Say from here, subtract it, you can divide. You can also divide it. So what is happening? Element by element wise operation. Matrix like operation is a mantra happening behind the scenes. That is what is special about the list, guys. Okay, so now what we'll do, I'm almost there. Okay, let's come here. Cool. Okay, so before we wrap up here, I will also introduce you to another toolbox called Matplotlib. Matplotlib is the toolbox for visualizations. It is another toolbox. So imagine NumPy is a toolbox of a carpenter. Pardon me, sorry about that, guys. Which has hammer and screwdriver. Matplotlib is, let's say, toolbox for who else we have. Let's say painter. The visualization is like painting. Okay, this is the toolbox for painter. Inside that, there is a module called PyPlot. The friendly name is PLT. So here, it's PLT. Now what we'll do, we'll say, okay, we have already done import NumPy. Now notice, in NumPy, there is a function. In NP, there's a function called linspace. Here is what it is doing. Now this is slightly tough one, guys. There is something happening. When you say 0, 5, 11, there is something happening here. I will give you a hint. See if you're able to answer. It's a tough one. Don't feel guilty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And notice the numbers and more. And now take a guess what that function could be doing. Can anyone of you take a guess what that function could be doing, guys? It's a slightly tough question. Very good. It's a difference of 0.5. If you take these two elements, the difference between 0.5 and this one is any two adjacent is 0.5. So what is linspace? Linspace is linear spacing. What it is doing is between 0 and 5, it is generating 11 numbers which are equidistant. So let's say, put this here, let's try this one. 12. So that is 0.45. Notice between any of the two numbers that will be, let's say one more time, say 13, 0.41. You can take any number you want, let's say 22 numbers between 0 and 5. That is 0.23 is the difference. What is linspace? Linspace is used for generating numbers. Here, 0 is the lower boundary, 5 is the upper boundary. And how many numbers you want? That is what is the third argument. 22 is telling you how many numbers you want to get generated. That's a slightly advanced function. Everybody with me? Because please. Pardon. Okay. So now come back here. Take a look at this. We'll repeat. We'll generate 11 numbers. One more time. Come here. And put it back to 11. Here is y. Y equals to x star star 2. Explain me what's happening in y. Can you take a guess what is happening in y, guys? Okay. So you should learn to think loud, guys. In real world, when you will be placed in projects and things like that, imagine you're working with your US clients and UK clients. They will expect you to think loud. If you're just thinking within yourself, you're not you're silent and things like that. They will admire more, they will appreciate more if you're thinking loud, if you're sharing what you're thinking and things like that. It doesn't mean you share your what you got in your dream and things like that, but just get used to the discipline. That's teamwork, that is team play and things like that. It's just a friendly suggestion. I'm not complaining. You guys are all very good. You guys all seem to be very good. So I'm just giving a friendly suggestion. You should learn to think loud. Whatever you're thinking, whatever it looks like, you should be able to translate it into words. You should be able to translate it, share it in your chat windows and things like that, guys. Okay. Your clients, especially US, UK, Australia, all these guys, they will be they will be they'll be appreciating it more and things like that. So just keep that in mind. So short and sweet, good answers coming up there. So take a look at this. What is why? It is taking each element. 0 to the power of 2 is 0. 0.5 to the power of 2 is 0.25. 1 to the power of 2, 1.5 becomes 2.25. What is star to the power? Raising to the power of 2. What's happening is, remember, it is performing an element by element wise operation. A vectorized operation, a matrix-like operation. In a machine learning world, we call this as a vectorized operation is what we call. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Oh, okay, so now take a look at this, guys. PLT is the name of the package or the module. Plot is a function. We're going to give x coordinates and y coordinates. X and y are 10 numbers. We're going to give them as coordinates, and let's see what happens. So you come here. Notice we're getting a graph, a visualization, a chart. It's going, x-axis is going from 0 to 5. Y-axis is going from 0 to 25. Why? Take a look at the values of y. Y are going from minimum to maximum 0 to 25. X is going from 0 to 5. So they are, what is plot? Plot is plotting, short and sweet. What is it? It is a function inside a matplotlib. It's taking x coordinates and y coordinates and plotting a graph. What is this? This is like a line graph or line chart. We'll talk more about the charts and graphs in the coming up days. Okay, so short and sweet, one more time, plot is a plot. But what is something slightly strange is what is this additional text here? We'll try to understand that. So now, let's see, that's why we have a bunch of comments here. Okay, say comment this one. Comment this one, we've already seen. Now take a look at this plt.plot xyr. There it is. Instead of a blue, by default, it's picking up the blue color. If you give an R, it gives you red color. You can also give other colors. Okay. Say, come here. Say run it. R hyphen hyphen is a red dashed line or a dot line. One more time. What is hash at the end? Hash means nothing but a comment, Niharika. I'm just trying to explain you that this line of code is using R as the red color. R stands for red color. I'm just explaining you as a description. So that is common. Slightly from a computer science standpoint, remember, the moment your line starts with comment, you're telling the Python, don't compile it, don't interpret it into bytecode. Don't do all this complex stuff that you generally do with this one, is what it is, guys, okay? So R dash dash is a red dot dash line. Then come here, plt.plot, xy red, and now plt.show. And then we will say plt.show, and notice what's happening is earlier we have been getting this message. This it prints this additional text. If you add plt.show, it will remove the text message, as simple as that. Cool. Okay, one more time. Let's take, we'll plot a red line, X label. So let's say come here, it's X label. There it is. So we didn't do plt.show, so this comes up. And what is X label? X label is nothing but X axis label. Similarly, plot it, X label, Y label. Y label is nothing but Y axis label. There is Y axis label. Okay, go one step ahead. There comes the title. Title is nothing but the title. Earlier, we didn't have the main title. So here is the title, X axis label. So what do we do? Next, what we'll do is we'll say show. And now notice the text, that unnecessary text which keeps coming up is not there. There is x-axis label, x-axis title, y-axis title, title is main title, and show is removing the unnecessary text. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, good. So that's okay. Okay. This one, what I'll do, gentlemen, ladies, for today, I'll stop it here. before we stop here, we'll take up some questions and general questions, general things and so on. So let me know if you have any questions and other kinds of things. Let's take a moment or two and we'll try to discuss some things. Or if you have any other kinds of questions and things like that, let me know, guys. And just type in your questions for a moment, guys. I'm going to step out here for one moment. You just type in your questions. I'll come back and I'll unmute myself. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let's see, come back here and see where we are. Okay, please repeat from NumPy briefly once. Okay, you are very fast at NumPy. Okay, not a problem. Yeah, so today what I've done is I have just introduced you to the topics. In the coming days, we'll go a lot more deeper into each of these topics. Okay, so if you did not understand and things like that, you don't worry. We'll be spending some good amount of time on these things in the coming up days. Today, I'm just sprinkling, I'm just giving you an introduction. One is English, another one is mathematics, another one is physics, another one is chemistry. I'll just give you a brief introduction. Rahul, Suresh, and Lavanya. Fair enough, guys? We're not done with these things. There's a lot more. I have just given you the first look at these things. We'll spend a lot more time on these topics in coming up days. And if you're finding me fast at any time, at those times, you just give me a little indication, slow down, so that you don't have to wait till the end of the day, Suresh. Catching the point, buddy. Rahul. Lavanya. Oh, yeah, keep me posted. Learn to think loud. That is for your things and so on. And any other questions, guys? General questions, friendly questions, other kinds of questions? Sure, good one. I need to share this file. So let me check with our folks how to pass on this file. Let me see. Give me one moment here. I'll move this one and up to here, right? So let's say this one. And what I want to do is, let's see if I can put this here. Dropbox, Google Drive, Microsoft SharePoint. And here is everyone and anyone directly. Google Drive, I see. So I will need to create a drive, and I think I need to give you access from there, guys. Okay, let me check. I can do the Google Drive thing, but I will also check and see if I can directly share it from our app drive for, already have the drive for doc. Okay. You share that one, share the drive with me if you can, if it's meant for everybody. For D and A batch. Okay. Share that location with me, Niharika. So while Niharika is at it, any other questions, guys? I'm going to pause this one for 1 moment. Let's see if I can create my own Google Drive. Over here, back here. Say, drive here. And let's say I'll create a new folder. Say 00_TM. Say tech M. Say create. There it is, tech M. Let's say new. Say more. Jupyter Notebook, text editor, and say text editor. Open file, create new text file. Let's save it here. Title, we'll call this as TM 00. Score, let's say day 1. So this is Pi5. Okay. So save to drive. Save. Okay. So let's close this one. Back to go to share. Okay. You can paste it in the chat window, couldn't you? It is taken. There is this one. So now what you do there, guys, all of you paste your emails into the chat window. I'll copy all of your emails and I'll do a share. Say share this one. I need all of your emails. Good. Let's say copy the link. Okay. Starting from Chandra Ganesh. From here, we'll copy all these things. Rahul. So I copy this one. Scroll down. Oops. Right. Copy that one more time. Give it one more moment. Chandra. Copy. From here to here. Let's say copy this one. Back to here. Say participants. Okay. Paste it here. With this. Okay. Copy this and let's say paste it here. Save view. See what is this one? Stack my cloud training, data quest. Yeah.
Please check once. I pasted in chat box.
Niharika. Niharika, is it you?
You can share these recordings to Savitri ma'am. They will share us. We have a Google Drive link.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share it like that. You can share to Savitri and Savitri will update it in the recording sections.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll also do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is better. It is useful.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good, buddy. So maybe what I can do is I don't think I have access to this to modify this one. Okay, for today, I will go ahead and give, let's see where we are. Sai Ganesh. Yeah. Let me also copy this one. Lakshmi also can share to us. Okay. So let's see. Lakshmi also can share. Okay. Copy this one. Paste it here. Oops. There you go. We don't need Suresh. Niharika. Suresh. So let's put this here. Copy this. I will also share it with our other folks. This is Drive and this is Google. Put this here. Paste it here. And for today, you guys click on this link. You should get a mail. Share to non-Google account. Share anyway. You should get a mail with this link. You download this. I will also try to upload this one from here to this drive. I will take the permission and I will upload it, guys. That's going to be the plan. Everybody okay with that? So when you get the access, or what you can do is you can say open with, and let's say for the first time, you need to say connect more apps. And I think there is something called a text editor. Here you can just type in text editor. Text editor or Drive, either one of them you can choose. I've already selected them, so that's why it comes up. So for me, I can say open with text editor directly. If you give it a moment, because it's a Python file, all the formatting is taken care of. That's how it comes up. Step by step, just like the way I have done, I want you to go ahead and practice this simple things, and whatever it is, step by step, you start there. Wherever you find it difficult, you let me know. We'll try to discuss this and we'll keep going. Fair enough, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. Okay, guys. For today, I'll stop it here. We'll continue the journey from tomorrow and go from there. You guys all have a good day. Stay safe and keep learning. Thank you, Suresh.
Thank you, Naveen.
Thank you, guys. So signing off for today. Thank you. Bye for now. Thank you again.